them for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the President's Hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Mina Yvonne Akisoya, and 11th May 2021 make me 3 years where I don't day in office. I say let I come and tell Freetonians them una boku tenki for where una elect me and when I give me this mandate for serve una. But I not just want to tell una thank you for when I elect me, I want to tell una thank you for when I don't work with me and work with the councillors, work with the staff of Freetown City Council, work with so many stakeholders, including the central government, the international partners, the local partners. I want to tell una, the Freetonians, and thank you, but I want to tell all the other groups and the boku tenki. Together, we embark on a journey for Transform Freetown, and in nobody not been say it go easy. We published the plan in January 2019, and then in January 2020, we published our first year report, and then in January 2021, we don't publish with 2-year report. Inside the reports and day, you go able for read in much more detail, waiting we don't achieve. But family them, I still just share today some of the things that really make me heart gladdy, pandis walk here. One thing we're really glad about, now the wastewater treatment plant, where we don't build na King Tom. This is not the first time ever in the history of Salon for let we get the internet with the common with toilet. Instead of it just gonna grow na King Tom, it actually go into a plant where they get for separate the solid from the liquid and get for treat them and waiting for come out can go towards manure. It can now be safely, the liquid can now safely be disposed into the waterways. Another practical thing we are so glad for, now this urban farming project, we bring over 300, in fact we start with 300, now we add another 200 women them. We now at them backyard them and in community level, particularly in the deprived communities.
And you can create this, where you give, the okra they come up, they will plant them.
The women they do farming projects where go benefit them picking them, for get more nutritious food, but it go also help them for get small thing at the hand as they sell them in the market. And then their nursery school. Famble then go no say we've been done open the one at Congo Water Market for make vulnerable women them and then young picking it under the age of 5 get free quality preschool care. And now we dip and build the second one. We do refurbishment upstairs in the Kruta Road Market, and that facility will be open and available to women and men traders inside Kruta Road Market. Tricycles. Well, then tricycle and they not only then they help for keep we city clean, they also they create employment. We don't create so far over 1,200 jobs with young people then where they go and collect dirty na the streets. And now we get 90 more where they come on stream. So I'm so happy because it increased the capacity for collect dirty. At the same time, it increased the number of people them, young people that we get work. Let not talk about the transfer station when I did the dirty then they go. So we don't get 4 additional ones, including the one at Lumley, the one at Approved School, the one at Shell, and the one at Allentown. Bele Uman them. Then they all over the community. That journey for going to PCMH, it can challenge Boko of them. So we work for upgrade 5 of we PHUs them for make them be monk side with side Bele Uman they able for born. Freetown people then, Boku people then know say dog na challenge na this city. And so we don't start a program for sterilize, vaccinate the dogs them so that we go get control over dogs and we the ambog motaman, but we the ambog themselves. We go make we city healthier and it go reduce the risk for let people then get us sick with and call rabies. I don't share small about wait we don't do. And over these 3 years, but I just touch the Tinem Boku. I go say anybody want for no more. Also go now with Facebook page. We get Freetown City Council Facebook page. We also get Yvonne Akisoya, Mayor of Freetown. You go able for follow we. Let we continue for work together with all we stakeholders for let collectively we transform Freetown. Una, thank you and God bless you.
Na Yvonne, Na Yvonne, talk and go, talk and come. Na Yvonne.
When I was a kid growing up in Sierra Leone, my neighbor had a small TV. The television was beaming these images about famine, war, about diseases.
There was a silent majority suffering.
I am fed up with that kind of news. We can use culture and art to change mind and hearts and inspire action.
I was here as a student, and of course, Charlie was my teacher.
I've asked him to join me on the journey to create a major new play to offer hope to our people.
We want to uplift our nation, leave legacy for our children.
We are talking about national pride.
This is big, man. This has great magnitude. Sometimes I feel afraid. I feel terrified when I think of the project.
Tito! What's here the Ciso?
We are nowhere near waiting one for day.
I want this, I want it, I want it.
I want this thing for succeed, Koji.
This place fail and die.
Is this a curse or what?
People like you that makes Sierra Leone the way it is.
Don't give me blow, but you know this way you don't give me blow.
Oh man, just did lie, blame. These are the things that have wrecked this country.
We need to move this nation forward. We're going to lead to better future.
I can call him the second to last project. He died at the last. Guest assured my brother.
Hello, Fambulem. Una good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the dunya where you find yourself. Welcome to Sierra Leone Media. We Tuesday program, and we deal with una live. Me, una host Najuma Ba, and for we newcomers, them we welcome una, and we hope say una go get a wonderful time with we. And for the regulars here on our platform, we say thank you. Welcome, and we appreciate una very much for the support. So this shout out is for everyone on Facebook, YouTube, and all of the other platforms then. Without una, we not get a program. So thank you, Mr. Yusuf Jallo. We will say welcome to Freetown Sierra Leone, and thank you that you're listening to us. And I hope you have been able to contribute and tell we how they go inside the Republic. So everyone on the platform, T-Boy will help me for this shout out today. Definitely, we want for shout una all out and tell una thank you for the support una they give. And this conversation, just like the last time, now we all get them. We get for discuss inside the Republic, how they go. We get 2 or 3 particular areas that they focus on, and any other thing we wanna feel comfortable with. Hopefully we'll open the phone line to have that conversation. Let me welcome my co-host and moderator, Mr. Sylvester T-Boy Duba. Welcome to today's program, and good to see you again. And she keeps sending me on missions, but I'm happy to see you. And of course, behind the scene, we have Obafemi Martin, Mr. Palmer, Martin himself of Nigeria. I don't add by the name, I don't add by the name. Obafemi Martin of Nigeria. Not to Iko. Who's been saying at the last time, T-Boy?
Bingolo.
No, not to Bingolo, the other place where Bingo.
Oh, nah, to Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes. Near the twin brother. So not
near
Nigeria with the Senate. So welcome, T-Boy, and tell Fambule Madu and tell what you expect for today's program.
Fambule una kushe kabo, welcome, and we know for say how they go na so they come. You say make a give shout out to Maria Ba, and at the first person we log on, they will get Brian, they will get Emmanuel, they you come down to perspective scope.
Scope itself. It is scope.
You get TCP, you get Marianne, you get Asi, and then of course you get the Jatu Kasim. The TCF don't say all the one they reading at the Kutuku, the all day in the watch. Get the one they read the watch.
I see Samuel Gigba as well. Boston Abiyu, Jibril Kamara.
And they say Uboku na the room right now.
Me own judge herself then at the house, Miss B, and I see me other one as well, Ramata Jallo. All man
they because me YouTube man they working they engage with. They show themselves, man. So I can know exactly who that do that all day. But anyway, we come to the later on. But yeah, so what's up?
Well,
so you don't know your mission not complete, or you still
not complete yet to still do on you still do on you see the black eyes, the bags and everything. So the watchman. Now I call them now palam of a lampi now they use for watch how they go. Yes, inside the
lamp. You see like when the lamp, then you get a small fire at the top.
Exactly. Well, so I see Tibo and Medallion self don't come. Me don't marry for 35 years.
Attention. You know say there I will there.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, I will. But don't come.
Yes.
My sex come for them, but the trap no cage.
Right. Mr. Jallo, Brian Jallo, welcome. Federica Johnson and Kontomara as well. Fatuba, you are all welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Davis as well. Mr. Davis also there online live.
Right. So now all welcome. If we forget to name during the course of the program, we're going to give a shout out small. This now on our platform.
But you say see me, I don't know say see me last Saturday.
You Saturday. Now perspective scope, nice and I for go see you. It's
I
don't call name now. Cool and cozy. I didn't see you. Ha! You don't call name.
If you see me, tell me this away.
All right. So all the invisible them as well, because we know say we get other people the way they watch, we know they show their face. We appreciate you all, and with now we get program. So today, T-Boy, inside the Republic, how they go. You know, say we don't start this conversation and we say this platform is the people's platform. Some of the story then Kim Boku way we not able for just put them under one topic. So something and they can act. So let we discuss inside the Republic from politics to education, the economy, you know, the bread and butter issue now, security, human rights, you name it. All things we discuss now. So una get una phone ready for call in. So Tibo, you don't observe the news lately because me look they you know, are they out small? So it's possibly capable for guide we. Is there anything specific will stand out for you?
There is a lot happening over the past couple of days. I would say a week plus. But again, as you know, when Bokutin they happen, this time around we'll not give them enough timing for make we able for surveillance and say exactly what's not the ifs on boards. But yeah, there's a lot that's happened over the past couple of days. So I feel say there are a few specific what we can talk about. So you just direct nobody conversation. They will focus on anything you want to look with.
That's fine. That's fine. Kuku, welcome as well. Shasha, we're all welcome. So for me, we did discuss everything else, and I want to let we review a couple of things, very important. But also today, we main focus will be on the price hike. You know, how the rest in price just they go up, and with salary then just they go down. So we can discuss that. Rise.
You know, I sing you sing so.
Yeah, I sing.
How the rest just they go up. Now so the salary they can down. Then they jam. What's the other one?
I know Sabio. Right. Yes. So you see, so that's one. And then also there's a particular issue. And this one I would like to have Femi definitely part of the, you know, at that point for, you know, getting views, because we all get with strong views about with diasporas. And, but Femi, now, one thing that in particular about we're close to in heart, the diaspora contribution to Sierra Leone. But we have our diaspora brothers and sisters within Europe, mainly Germany, you know, where we don't hear about mass deportation. And first in the history, for let you see people where then they try for deports come out, and then other people join them in solidarity for demonstrates. You know, there is so many things, and so that is a conversation as well we want for whole, you know, how then they go affect families, homes, people and all that, because we all know the diaspora contribution. But then they say go come, and hopefully you people in Europe and those in Germany in particular, if una day or if una know anybody, Mariam, see, please, we want for your reading voice there. We want for let them tell we waiting at the, you know, story where they go out here on that issue there. But before we go to then two main issues, I want to go review again the international relations issue and the tourism issue we've been talking about now the last inside the Republic, the Dubai Expo 2020. Okay, so I want to see your reaction first before I talk. So before we go into whether, you know, we achieve anything or not, I want to come home into the entertainment industry. We come to that. Okay, there is so many controversies, but then there's one thing I pick up. You know, say we get ambassador for entertainment in Sierra Leone, right?
Yep,
yeah. So I think he was very influential or instrumental in coordinating, you know, the different entertainers we go na Dubai, we go represent we. So one of the things that came up, it started as a joke that they include everybody but not comedians. So the comedians then come out and talk. But the reaction we yeri allegedly become me no yeri. Okay, so I don't know whether you yeri or if anybody na the way they watch we yeri, please will you call or type na the group and tell me that the ambassador Caldinero say they're not cargo comedians them because they're not the crack joke in English. So they took offense. And that we don't see so many reactions, so many TikTok videos and all. So I want for you to comment on that, whether you follow that story there at all.
Indeed, I follow that story, and I see the video where the ambassador to entertainment self make, and he say he had an interview on AYV and they asked him a few questions. So basically, he just responded to the question the way they asked him, and he responded with some kind of problem. The old man, they go and make hype behind the word where he say, but apparently, what he say not for be offensive because it is facts. Okay, so he come back and give a counter to the rumors the way they go around, say they don't diss the comedian name and all that stuff. And he also say, well, okay, they diss the comedian name, but in they put money down $200 for any of the comedian the way they crack jokes in English, then they get the $200.
So, okay, I think hold on small. Hold on small. I think people in the complaint say there's an issue with the sound. So I don't know. We may want to check that quickly because that I don't want to let them miss that, point the way they say so. So if you just want to possibly tell them that we'll check the sound as well and we'll try for improve on that as we go along. Let me check whilst we do that.
It's okay, this on my side. I'm just
sound good to me. Just to get some small startle or cracks. But we'll try for improve the sound. Thank you so much, VS.
But instead of the sound is in a bit, but I'm not too sure. Anyway, if it gets worse, please let us know.
Okay. All right. So we'll try to get that regulated. Bear with us. Okay. Small startle and cracks. Okay. So continue, T-Boy.
Feedback they said. But anyway, let's just continue to Sabin Day. So it come back on a second counter. They don't blow this thing out of proportion. But then just basic question they asked, and so he was honest about the answers then we give towards the question. He says, so in they put $200 for any comedian really crack joke in English. He make mention of one specific comedian really ready for calling him, so Richie Obama. And it's time for this, the comedian there, no one know whether anybody gets any kind of qualification. He doesn't understand why people are blowing it out of proportion. But he was just honest about what he was saying.
Right. So, T-Boy, let me ask you. So, if you're honest about what you're saying and people give honest feedback, why should you say they're blowing it out of proportion?
Well, I think the blown out of proportion are the side way they make mention, say, you don't diss the comedian then. For tell them, say, they don't have to speak English. Now, only Creole jokes, then they crack. But to me, that's, I see nothing around that particular statement because one, you don't compare Creole music and Creole jokes because most of the songs where the artists and they sing about Creole anyway. You want to me say the Arab and the Creole?
Thank you. Well, again, the example where the comedians they make now that then Kego Amikalon where na mende sing pa.
Thank you. You want to me say the Arab and the Yeminde?
That's it. So sometimes we get for be measured in the statement that they make because you might say it's a honest answer you gave, but now you don't offend a whole lot of people, you disrespect them, and now then they challenge you, say they are more qualified. Because I was shocked, like somebody with one of the comedians, Yimata, one of the best comedians I see, he's got so many qualifications, blah, blah, blah. And even they study law right now as well, and of course it is wrong for even say we comedian, they're not a crack joke in English because that's a lie. I'll challenge that. When they do the 1,000 jokes or whatever, what was this guy's name? They were working on assets. There's one of the comedians.
Yes,
Benya. So Benya they do jokes in English and it don't start alongside international people, they will only watch and which color, So this is the thing, we have to be very, very careful when we make statements. Continue.
I mean, to be also offensive on the other video we do, it gets Desmond Benya alongside and with what guy with the whole microphone. We discuss about how for talk in English, we've been there and now with this. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, what a silly joke to crack, because definitely now the thing I know they always mock myself about. Look, it translates to English, but there's always a translation for that anyway. We can't see that translation later on. And like we said, talk about the translation. We then can always say practically impossible for have an English version of that particular code, but it's not true.
T-Boy don't bring and come in. So una way there na the chat group, una make sure so una type who they and na with this, una talk in English, una write in English. Both on Facebook and YouTube. So now we don't joke down for the day. We waiting so now we did. Okay? Because it look like say now they test that for that sabi speak English or sabi crack joke by English. But the Nigerians mostly they do their jokes in pidgin and we listen to it, we laugh, we enjoy it and all of that. So what if now the guys that will be they dance, the comedy does not have to be words. It can be just action, right? We get the guys the way they dance that Bolgo song, right?
Thank you.
It's our form of comedy. You dance your funny dance. It's a joke. It's a comedy thing.
Yeah, but Mr. Bean in comedy, you don't even say nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Bean Namumu. So if you actually cater for the comedians to go to show that we are people that we are happy people, with a laugh, with a joke, we're full of joy and all of that, then these people can create an act, okay? Just forgo the expo. So you already don't dismiss them in a subjective way. You decided to dismiss these people, say they are not qualified or fit to represent Sierra Leone at the international scene, which is very disrespectful, I think. Personal is my opinion. Carl, you may have a different one, but we would like to host you here as well, if you so wish, for let we discuss this issue, let we agree with you. But me and my own standpoint that I will let you prove me wrong, on all fronts, Go ahead, T-Boy.
And also, to be honest, with the fact say you come up with any kind of suggestion and therefore make you put $200, it's even more disrespectful to the comedian there. It means they can't challenge now their professionalism or their potential, and you feel that they will really come and do jokes for you for $200. Come on, let's be honest. How can you disrespect them so much? Okay, you not take them and go because you say they can't speak English. Fine, no problem. You might get away with that. And you continue for further say, maybe they can crack jokes for you, maybe they talk by English. We will be there and I read this. That is not a joke, because again, you can't crack a joke on that particular statement. And then you further on go say, where they put $200 for the one where they crack the best joke in English. Come on. I mean, these are significant amount of disrespect to the particular section of entertainers than we you suppose for the government.
Right.
Suppose they represent.
Yeah. Femi,
I think that was
Femi gets ready. You cannot say yourself get for way into this, okay? When he said that thing, I was lucky to stumble on a video where Basket Mouth, okay? They do a show like them YouTube video. So it been supposed for Cam present one of the acts, okay? And this is what Basket Mouth said about comedy. It said music, then they write time for you. You take time for build the lyrics. You go to a studio, you record here and there, blah, 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 blah. But with comedy, most times you have to be spontaneous. You have 3 minutes for make people laugh, they enjoy and do any kind of thing. You come here and you get for make that moment stay. You're able for improvise on your feet. Whereas music, it takes time, sometimes months, years, for like able to produce one song or an album, okay? Because you get a lot of things that we don't help you for like able to produce that song the way they come out with. But that's what he said. Wait till they laugh.
The English are not making come on.
Where they are with this.
This is us.
This is us. All right, baby. What's your take?
Yeah, as somebody where
you know, don't work with entertainers, you know, now that industry day. What's your take about that comment or that particular issue? If you have any, please. We need you.
Do you normal?
Yeah.
Hello, Juma, can you hear me?
Femi, I can hear you loud and clear.
I'm easy, no, dear me.
Yes.
Yes, cook.
I tell you.
So we were the now with this.
Yeah.
I said it's good challenge to now. I want to see Uswampa on able the you know, able give it the definition.
All right, so they come, Sam.
We were the
now with this. Yes.
That joke they don't tell the area for most small. And I believe say you self Juma no sabi the answer to that.
I mean not sabi.
Okay.
So you can teach me.
Go find dictionary, maybe you go begin.
Who's dictionary? Your dictionary. If you sabi read Arabic, I for write and for you for Arabic.
No, I just want to make you write some for me for English. You don't know.
Don't
go Arabic. That you know that day.
All right, okay. So what's your comment on this whole issue about taking artists and representing us, celebrating us at the international stage, and we're waiting the comments?
So, so for me, first of all, I would like to say kudos to women, Mr. Cow, because for years, we were in the private sector, if you can call on that. We don't put Rihanna, we pocket them and bring artists them from home to the West for put up shows there for them. So I think it's about time, say, the people them we literally are responsible for selling the culture to the world. Then then begin to do that. So, I mean, I'm not saying that we over here should stop, but it's good to see that the government of Sierra Leone is doing something to sell one of the products that we produce at Sierra Leone to to the international market. I've been talk about the abandon no go sabi talk Rio this and that. It doesn't really matter. I mean, we all been dance all them Congolese music them and we didn't know what they were saying. One song, one group in particular, Kassav. For years we all danced to their songs and we don't really didn't understand what they were saying. Most of these guys were from South America, and the language with them in the talk up to now, none of we able to understand. But where the music was good, we enjoyed it. So I think it's good. As for the English situation, I think say need for communicate. I think so the artists them or the comedians them, then therefore relates to the wider public. Hence why then they talk in the colloquial languages that will sabi. Because there's no point in standing up on stage in Sierra Leone, beats free tongue or beats in the provinces, you did talk with most of the people that might not able to understand what you they say. So I think that's where they start from. I not think say they only limits the language to the colloquial languages because they not sabi talk English. So if that's not the implication, then I'm sorry, my mind is wrong there. But I should say not to that. I should say most probably we're misinterpreting what he say or why he say. I'll give the benefit of the doubt.
Well, I can't give him a benefit of the doubt because he was asked in an interview, okay? He been get all the power and right for come and say not to just corner talk somebody. They ask a question. Say you're not, comedian, they not form the contingent of entertainers that went to Dubai. His statement or response was, they're not a good and joke na English. Simple.
Yeah, but as I say, I'm sure that, in the heat of the moment, say we can all talk in them. I should say something, he go regret what he say. But I really think say it not mean say that that's making okay then go.
No, but that's what he stated. So again, after the interview, he came back to rebuttal for correct that mistake. He everything T-Boy say, he said they misconstrued, but he went further for bring comedian and come and make joke and put money, would that be able for crack joke na English. So he meant what he was saying. You know, there's no way you can explain them. I know you have to be the devil's advocate. You know, I like that. But anyway, let's move on.
Not to devil's advocate, Juma. It's about, I hear you guys. You know,
right.
If he said that and he meant it the way he said it, he's totally wrong. And we shouldn't, you know, encourage him on that. But I believe, say something, you know, he not think, he not think before he talk. He not be mean and that way day, and he came out the wrong way. And sometimes where he come back out for make further statements, you know, like the guy Kobashim. Let's carry on with the joke rather than we can admit say we were in the wrong. You know, as I say, for me, one of the good things is that we don't begin export some of we artists. You know, for many years we've not been a Sidandi. The only people that we've been make efforts for do Dande, I mean, people learn like we within at the side of the world because we don't bring not to one, not to two. I think in counting about 6 or 7 different artists and come out Salonga, England. You get man them, we been a man and go America. You have people take they take them go Australia, Europe as well. I don't know about Canada. So you know, but it's always a private sector. So it's about time government puts on for promote selling products, and music is our product, or one of the products that we employ, one of the industries where they employ a lot of young up and coming youngsters. So it's a good thing, and hopefully then go the small problem where then they get, as in where the government they get in making certain statements. Maybe they'll learn from it, and next time they're not going to make them statements in there.
Cool. Thank you so much for that. Tibo, again, anything you add before that, somebody don't come challenge with another one as well. Say how for say dong to we in English. Sauda to Sanko instead of ask questions. So Fambulem, we they watch. That's not the other question. So we were there now with this, and somebody don't ask say. Dong to we, how they say dong to English. Okay, I like that. Very interactive today. So you get it the way we add
Juma,
before.
I think they're saying that there's no sound. Is it my sound? I'm not really sure.
Let's see. I think.
No, I think that was earlier on.
Yeah, that was earlier. I don't come up again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you want to add anything on that?
With what Infemi say, I think he's trying to be a bit diplomatic, even with the fact say the government not begin to take artists them for exports we product them out of Sierra Leone. Yes, the Army Calon situation, brilliant. What are the cultural aspects of what we haven't seen. But when you look at the actual culture of what Go represent, I don't think that is full representation with the entertainment industry to some extent anyway. But again, like you say, yes, it's fine. Regardless whether we like it or not, for the fact say this Expo don't happen and then take artists then go perform. To me, I wanted to know what was the relevance of the performance and why were they there to perform to what audience and what thing that they bring come back to the industry or to the country as a whole. Now, the most important thing we need to look at, because if you do an expo, the purpose of the expo is to do what? Is it to sell the tourist sector or to sell the indigenous stuff that comes from Sierra Leone, or it is a platform to showcase what Sierra Leone is made of, or is it a platform to showcase entrepreneurship, to bring in investors to come into the country to invest in what and what and what? I don't really understand the content of the expo itself, because this is an expo that is being done in Dubai every year. It's similar kind of expo that will happen maybe in O2 Arena, which is the tourism expo, which specifically is geared towards tourism, wherein Sierra Leone have a booth and where it says Sierra Leone culture, the food, the landscape, the environments, the habitat, and also the type of different stuff for them in terms of entertainment, we close, everything is being sold specifically to people who come to visit on that booth. So they will even get a traditional performance will happen there on the final day of the expo itself. will happen at the O2 Arena. So that was specific. It was primarily geared towards tourism because it's an expo for tourism. And it was just at the point at which they want to revive the tourist industries again. So basically, that creates a lot of insight because we even get people away, they run tourist industries in our salon, private sectors as well as government sectors. Then we've been in that particular event, they for showcase their own way because we've been getting the likes of Bimbola Carol, where they do visit Sierra Leone, and a few more other tourist private entities. Then. So it was a specific expo. This particular one, to be very honest with you, I don't know what was the specifics on this one. Dubai is opening up Dubai to the world so that people can come to Dubai and explore in terms of tourism. So what they are doing right now is to create a market for themselves so that people will come and see what benefits they can have if they choose Dubai to be their next tourist attraction point. Because they also say, yes, oil now one of their biggest form of income in terms of their economy, but at the same time, when oil done, what happens next? So Dubai, they create the tourist platform for Dubai right now. And if you watch it, they work. Because basically everybody will be to go China before in Sierra Leone for the past couple of years, not going to China anymore. Dubai now is the new center. So it works. And if you look at even inside Europe, everybody's going to Dubai. Even though it's meant to be a specific religious country, but what happens there within the tourist sector is unbelievable. So basically, then don't captivate the world for make Dubai become a tourist center. Now, people don't go to Kenya anymore. People don't go to Uganda anymore. People don't go to Tanzania anymore. People don't go to South Africa anymore because they've created this myth about these countries. They say it's not safe, terrorism, and Boko Haram, kidnapping, gangs-related issues. So people don't even consider it, you know. So the tourist destination for West Africa or East Africa or the safari is over. Now the new safari is Dubai. So how is that going to affect our economy?
And you saying that, T-Boy, you know people in Africa that goes to Dubai for a weekend. For a weekend getaway. Fly out Friday, return on Monday.
And it's not just in Africa, it happens all over Europe.
Wait till they say, because sometimes you go say, you know, that not the, you know, with man culture, the Western culture, they decide to go on a getaway, yeah? But we now, where they try to attract tourism and this and that, now we they go. You understand? And like you said, it's a strategy. They hosted the expo, bring your thing, because we know when you bring it, your people will follow. Okay?
Thank you.
They come, you know, oh, okay, let's do this expo every year. More tourists will come to see the different things that are happening in Dubai. Not in your country, but in Dubai. We used to forget na salon, the two things that used to happen. Okay, just imagine this. For we lay people understand. Okay? Where will they get the Tangens Festival, that stadium, right? People come from different parts with them boots, them also.
Yeah.
Where who said they invest that money? They invest it in Sierra Leone. You have Ghanaians coming, you have Gambians coming, you have Senegalese coming with their things. Then we get salon people hosting different booths for 2 weeks. Everybody they go, you know, you spend the money in Sierra Leone, you put money in a market, people in pockets, you boost the economy. So if you want to understand what's in the Expo na Dubai they're about, just think about Tangens Festival in Sierra Leone, at the National Stadium. That's one. Two, we used to forget trade. Trade fair, where you they get a specific one, where guess who side from the Persian Gulf, Iran, they can host a trade fair.
Miata
conference. What they can do? They bring their goods.
Thank you.
Sell. What till we can go for sale? So if you want to dance to hip hop, would you go to Sierra Leone and listen to salon hip hop, or you go to America and can listen to salon hip hop, to America hip hop? would you listen to Caldenero or would you listen to 50 Cent if not hip hop? Just example. So when they wake up and sleep, hip hop, would you even imagine Sierra Leone on America for so you think? So it's not supporting some.
Juma, people don't really understand some of them kind situation they are so we defend ourselves as a nation. Because, like I said to you, the O2 Arena Tourist Expo, that was specific. And when they make Usa and Kaongo at the O2 Arena. And guess what thing you do when you go to the O2 Arena? You pass through the financial London. Not so. You do not train, the train take you all the way to O2. You see the new Canary Wharf City where they not make in London. And then you go now see the O2. But the O2 not get anything extraordinary. It's basically just the expo center where then they get the, and then if you want now, you can go do other things then within the arena itself. We then get the own restaurant and bar and few. But that's not even then at the now you deal self for see you can go. Because as far as me concerned, I jump on the train back to O2 and back from where you coming from. But this is different. Let's be very honest to you. How many people are flying to come to the O2 Arena if they don't have nothing to come to do there? Basically none. Even in the UK, the O2 Arena is a full packed of people from London. People who already live in the UK. So the only people that go for the O2 Expo tourism, now the one where they actually go put them products in the markets. Right. We also do another investment stuff with like IT, the tech expo. When the tech expo they come now O2, everybody is anxious to go because guess what? They're looking for the new gadgets to buy. And me and Femi don't go and few of them and they so many times. Guess what we do? We go there, we go look for things we for afford for buy.
Very related to industry, right? New technology where they make you advance and all of those things. Yeah. That's it. So now get Femi for coming now. T-Boy, hold your thoughts there quick. Over to you, Femi. Yeah.
Hello, Juma. So
yes.
I hear you guys loud and clear, but at the big, we can't. I think we need to look from the two different perspectives. Them, not so because they not do anything in Sierra Leone. Me to say if they go do something in a foreign land, it's a bad thing. We for encourage them for years, bring back tangas, bring back we own cultural festivals. Them we something we will attract people and for camp. But for go sell you products in a foreign market, it's a good thing. I know say una safe know that. Yeah, if I take me cow from upline, I bring and come free tongue because na day I get more chance for sell them at a higher cost. It's a good thing. You know, if I take me tamati say where they grow na me Lily village with something that we 13 or more than that village day, I take her into a big town like one of the cities them like Bo or Kenema or Makeni or even Freetown, I get more people in for Kambam. So let not beat the government down because they try for take we products go on side else for go sell them. When you go to Las Vegas and you go to a show in Las Vegas, not to American artists no more did they have artists from the world over where they perform. Artists get invited to very many stadium them for go perform. A few weeks ago I went to Hammersmith Apollo. I get the opportunity for go watch Dave Chappelle, a comedian, American comedian. It was a great show. One of the things them we didn't do, they brought a bunch of people in from the audience to the stage. They call it roasting. They take the piss out of them. And, there was a couple of girls there with come America. They were in London, and because Dave Chappelle was in the UK, they decide say, because they can't holiday in London, they will go to the show. So imagine the amount of Sierra Leoneans we sometimes been there, that we go watch that show there. Maybe not many, but a few sometimes we get the opportunity for Sierra Leonean artists performing a long time because sometimes they don't do in the diaspora for ages. So there's benefits them. So I think that from an entertainer's point of view, I wear my entertainment hats now. From an entertainment point of view, I think say it's a good thing. Yet they shouldn't stop doing the festivals in Sierra Leone. I'm not saying that that's a good thing. They should still do that. Therefore, still promote them. But I think say it's about time for me we begin sell with music, with arts, with culture to a greater ocean of fishes rather than the little fishbowl we call Salon. And I don't mean that in any disrespectful way. We have 7 million people in Sierra Leone, but we have billions of people around the world. If the people around the world able for begin buy with music, because at the moment music doesn't sell by CDs, by tape, by vinyl, by MP3. Artists don't make money that way. Artists make money now by performances. So if they can showcase themselves and sometimes 1 or 2, 3 or 4 people and see them and book them on other venues around the world. Yes, now money down the way, they might go shopping, in the diaspora. But again, as I can always say, most of us living in the diaspora, we get responsibilities them at home, and we take our monies back home at some points for go spend for mama, papa, uncle, auntie. So these artists, them, if they go and they work the dollars abroad, salon self go benefit. So there's many benefits. Don't not knock them because they're trying to do something a little bit different.
Right. So thank you so much, Femi. Mion, possibly comment on that. I appreciate what you say, and obviously it gets so much merit, which you talk about. We all want for let we sell salon, okay? However, we have to be realistic as well, okay? What are you selling? Wait till you go sell. Did you sell Sierra Leone? Waiting at you get for do you math for make sure say add up. If you go sell salon, you told a whole group of people you can go and able for create an impact. The country lost money because it comes from the national purse. Okay, this was an investment according to what they say. Now for go sell, you country for investment and all that kind of thing. What did we project much that we have to offer? Is it the boys doing the hip hop? Now that they attract the investment for we, and they call it the thing is they call it the Sierra Leone Day na Dubai. But we cannot showcase our artists them na Sierra Leone where now the majority of supporters the way they get on Independence Day. We closed Independence Day for people in Sierra Leone. We will go pay them 10,000, 20,000. Where for be if the government be host a mass festival na stadium and say, okay, you know what? We're not gonna make money here. We'll pay the artists the money what they use for carry them go Dubai. So we they pay the artists, then they let them perform, let them put that money in their pocket and spend on a salon and make a festival where everybody go enjoy. But you decided to close the country down and then you choose a few people with you to Dubai. You the president and the WF now no more go dance to the one and day. Then you say you go sell salon. Over to you back, Femi. I like this. T-Boy, get ready because Femi look I'm bullying me today. Get ready. Yeah.
Oh, Juma. Yes. Yeah. You guys, again, you're right. I'm giving you props. I'm giving you kudos. I agree. Yes, totally right. But again, we have to sell your music. Really and truly. I've been in the UK. I've been in the music scene for years. I mean, really and truly, I'm not going to tell you now how many years. And I don't see the UK music industry change over the years. From where we've been a play, not even hip hop. Even before hip hop got popular in the UK, it was mainly when they play, all the top of the pop stuff, so pop music and house and garage. We played jungle. Obviously, reggae and ragga was always big in the UK. And then in the early 90s, hip-hop, became very popular. American hip-hop became very popular to the point that, the English-speaking then begin to try for emulate that. It's not a bad thing, And then all of a sudden, Afrobeat, or should I say Nigerian music, became really popular. you know, and we see from the grassroots of Nigerian music, with them just speaking, you get people like a JJC, you know, these guys they're working hard, you know, on the ground for selling music. It wasn't going anywhere. Now with 3, with 5, no more being a dancer, being a player. And then all of a sudden now you have millions and millions and millions, possibly billions of people around the world where they get entertained by Afrobeats. You know, we have Wizkid putting on a show at O2, sold out in, I think, 30 minutes or 18 minutes, something like that. And they then pull 2, 3 other dates, then say sold out. You know, we get what begins on side. If Nigerian music been keep their music to themselves now Nigeria, they would not be getting the money they would then get now. You know,
True.
They exported their music. Sierra Leone music only gets exported to the Sierra Leoneans within the diaspora. It's about time, let's look for bigger markets and sell our products. Yes, it might not be refined, it might not be up to scratch yet. You know, our hip hop might not be the same as American hip hop. No. You know, Nigerian hip-hop isn't the same as American hip-hop. But Afrobeats is now not really Afrobeats anymore. Afrobeats is R&B. Afrobeats it's hip-hop now. You know.
So, Femi, let me say something here. You know, I like this conversation. And Tibo, we're ready for put another entertainment show, you know, back to this platform. We'll look for some comedians and for the part of it. You know why? Because, you know, we're posting the waka, you know, backwards. Is sad because you dey go sell. All right, let's say when you go to buy Expo, T-boy, people get attracted, say, wow, Sierra Leoneans can sing there. Oh, they can sing like Bob Marley, they can sing like the Americans and all of that. So let's go to Sierra Leone for their music. But then, when time reach for Easter or Independence or Christmas, you say, Lord man, go inside the house, you lock the door. What would the tourists come and see? Because there is no event. Because that's what you did. That was the 60th, right? 60th, you lock all man inside house. You make police that come on with baton, they threaten people if anybody come on and street. At that time, we have other people who come out other country, dignitaries, who been get opportunity for Siwi culture. But they were deprived of that because they make all man sit on bien yard. Back door, not bien yard, not even veranda, bien yard. Or inside host, and the people now window. You did that, then you say they go sell Expo. That's one. 2, I saw something in Nigeria because Femi mentioned hip hop. Obviously it's a good thing. You know what in Nigeria do? They choose some of their big names, okay? Artists and entertainers them, then do nice pictures of them and do a write-up. Now that them put na them boots, part of, you know, waiting then get. Say if you come to Nigeria or if you see these big names, these are the people, they don't win this Grammy Award, they don't win this, they don't win that. So was it worth it to carry 10, 15, 20 people, you know, out there, then create the impact? Like, go to you, T-boy.
Chance, Femi come because of the way we do.
Femi come then T-boy. They're not one on the entertainment one. Don't go
no problem. Femi come.
Yes.
Femi wants on entertainment.
Yes.
The answer to you is categorically yes. It is worth it.
Okay.
I did tell you. We did see. You know, we're very critical of government. You know, people are saying, oh, not too critical of we, blah, blah, blah. But we're critical of government. And not to just the current government. Even the last one, we've been critical of them. We're critical of government because we can't be critical of opposition. When the government do right, we go give them thumbs up. When government do wrong, we're ready to chastise them. And me, I tell you now, for facts, for me, this one, I back them. You know, wholeheartedly. We have to sell Sierra Leone. We have to sell Sierra Leone to the world. Sell out to We Safe doesn't make a difference. You know, I'll make LXG, for example. For me, LXG has been the biggest thing we've had in Sierra Leone for ages musically. But guess what? Now we know more. Now to we know more. I need a more than me because those guys could possibly be at par with some other international artists. But that will never happen if these guys are only performing to with 7 million audience. We have to open the market. See, right now, wait till they do so right now. Instead of we sit down at London, we go book a venue, we get 100 or 200 people in there. Right now, we'll possibly at the end of this show, we'll have a couple of thousand people who don't view this show. We'll not get a venue in London that we could have afforded to put 1,000 people for listen to T-Boy Juma and Femi talk boku for almost an hour. But guess what? We've opened the market. Technology has helped us open the market, so more people can go listen, more people can go yeri. By you know, T-Boy now the shame where they work on at kids, they make sure they wear a mask, because then they say, hey, look T-Boy over yonder. You know, it don't turn look as
no see somebody don't talk say now. How they go.
That's what the point that it's gonna make, right. You know. So you understand. So imagine now our artists them. Yes, until we're not able to understand the impact we make for the last few days with them good. But sometimes it's too early to judge. Let we wait and see in a year or two. We're not saying investor they go cancel them because of that day. I am saying if one of those artists pleased the right person, because he's been at the right place at the right time, the right producer, the right entrepreneur, you know, able to then go from, I'm not going to say zero because they're not a zero, but able to go from the level to another level. It's a win-win situation. I remember Jungle Leaders were in, I think, Gambia, and they met up with the guy from, what's it called? Not New Edition, the other one. And he did an album for them. So, you know, you have to, and the reason why I do an album for them, because when they sing, whatever they do on the day, he kind of liked it. So when, you know, there's many other things that walk and talk, you know, people are going to studio, they're there just chilling, and they drop a few bars, and the producer says, wow, I like that. Come meet me tomorrow, let's do an album. You know, let's start working on an album. You know, something like that, when the moments, you know, Englishman can say, hit the iron when it's hot. You know, we never know what's happening that day, or that they you know, or that they like waiting and do. So let's not let's wait. Let's give them time for let's see what can come out of this. But I say selling our product, and not to just music, because I'm talking as an entertainment, but any product, if now with fashion, if now with food, you know, every single product we'll get, selling it into international market isn't a bad thing. If Sierra Leone government begin to do that, and I believe say we not go see that billionaire go can say they can build some big thing at Sierra Leone, but sometimes they will say we get an up and coming bunch of musicians. Then let's see what we Monique will do for elevate them people and take them go from, as I say, from one level to the other. So let's give them time.
All right, cool. While Sade gets T-Boy for coming, T-Boy, I observed something at that expo, and I was heartbroken, disappointed, sad. Yeah, because you're not a craftsman. Yeah, you don't do things growing up with wood, with this. So you know when something is authentic. I saw one of our greatest artists, Ami Kalon, who don't hear her name, who don't see, and she still look ever so young, right? A voice who don't hear her. So you possibly know, but I'm more than we. But you know, all I'm in high esteem, you know, and I know they understand what they sing, but I appreciate his music. I appreciate his voice. I was sad to see her perform. The percussion, there was nothing traditional about it apart from the shegure. Then go take big band, then shine band, then brass band. Now then put as percussion for him. I don't know whether you see that. That was disappointing. It was sad. So you want to tell me, say, we still not able to make the gumbe, the side drum with wood, with the, you know, with the things that we're going to make it get the authentic Sierra Leone sound. You take big band, the grammar school band, and then go length. The big one, the other one, and the side drum there. Then can go, T-Boy.
Okay, just like what you say earlier on, you know, you don't know the performance is scale of Army Kalon, but that's exactly the instrument they really use. They use that big drum, like boom, boom. They use
traditional one, right?
No, that one they don't always they use for the Army Kalon performance.
This big band, big band.
Yes,
no.
As far as I know, going back.
No, I will challenge you on that. Yusuf Jano, try to get on this. Go ahead.
To be very serious, you see that small band way then they call the 7 drum. We get a small one. Then they call rolling drums. That rolling drums has always been used by the Mende people and the big drum.
Agree, but not for the Westmanion.
No. Maybe not Army Kalon and the Westmanion. What's the Army Kalon starts with? That been the Keleng, where Musa Kenema the beats. But the Keleng, Naim also na the rolling drum where they use as well.
What are they saying?
The rolling drum. Yeah. Yes, the rolling drum is sound slightly different from the Keleng, but then they also make their own rolling drum. But for the fact say the rolling drum, the traditional one where they do possible and they do them again.
No, they refuse for do them for Krago. The reason I make a challenge this that I felt bad because you're going to sell Sierra Leone culture. We get drums. We're able for hold on. I don't get Yusuf Jallo don't call. This right here for help with para. La answer. I want Yusuf Jallo.
Yes, greetings to you.
Greetings. Yeah, we call you Leika court case pan this one.
All right. Now, I think I already don't make my comments on the chat, but probably I go repeat the comments.
No talk for but this Army Kalon one specifically with the drum where they can go instead of they can the side drum and the African drum, they can go grammar school and ban and go take.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, that.
Yeah, let the network not foul you. We know say they Usai,
My classic.
Hello.
Demonstration of a country, and I was sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now, Yusuf Chalo.
Okay, dear family, when you listen, I saw you not saying African again, and the network totally confusing there. Now, can you hear me fine?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, so I will just steady me and now, in my own view, seeing America alone, they play with them big brass band and they, on one hand, fine, but on an
Yusuf. How the go they go inside the Republic? Yusuf not get network.
Juma, you might disagree. I will not. Yusuf don't come back?
Yeah, they come, but they go in and out. Yusuf, try for connect the network, you come back, please.
Okay, will I hear you now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
loud
and clear. Yes.
All right. So, sorry, people. I know you want. I know so you are going for say something. But what I want to say, I mean, Army Kalon just they in a position who say it will use certain instruments them way, of course, that they are available to her right now. But also, what I want to say is that this is an opportunity we don't lose for invest how we traditional instruments them, right? Now, one whole industry that one day, if we want to bring tourists they come, we want to make tourists them buy we own traditional bata them, just like if they go Gambia, then go buy djembe, or they go Gambia, then go buy kora, or then go buy the fula flute. We want to make people them buy we own traditional Congo Mawo they make now so as well. So, Amikalon play in with them band and day is very indicative that we know the focus on how we get for build the economy. Because if it be to say one people in camp, the money they can spend, we use that money they back for go back overseas, for go buy foreign people and foreign drums and bring the camp agriculture. It does not make sense at all. We should be investing inside our own culture. That's how it should be. Then the money they stay. Now, Let push them further for now. I don't know if I'm still hearing you. Still hearing me?
Yes.
All right. Let's push them further. Let me take every secondary school in Sierra Leone. When they get match pass, whose band would then they play? Whose instruments when they play? Now salon they make there? No. All the instruments they all now overseas, then they buy them, then bring them all come. To me, that is the epitome of stupidity and waste of money. We have side drums. Many people can get the same snare drums. We get inside, we could play them, we could use them. Now what that means, it opens employment for we people where we make indigenous instruments there. So it means that when each school in Sierra Leone, where we begin for invest on them drums, then we learn for play them. Now jobs we don't create so for we people there. All right, make a push that aside because we don't do it our day aside, and we have to build it if we are going to say we want to invest for make people or invite people for kind of a country. Why make them not take boo-boo? Boo-boo music. For make them more than they blow that horn. If you ever they close to them boo-boo instruments and listen to the ingenious way when they're young band and then they play boo-boo, then that bass drum and the beat with their hand. We could talk on that culture of bringing a community together. When somebody asks, waiting this, now we be for open them. We say we culture, we get how we all work together, how we work with nature, how we make sure say nature they work with just the genius of creating that instrument. What does it take for them listening to each other to make them produce the kind of sound in the pulp and boo-boo? Now we are beginning to sell Sierra Leone. We could put Amikalon playing with the killing and all incident. We put with country cloth weavers next to Amikalon. That person they weave the country cloth, Amikalon instead they play. We put somebody where they imitate, like I said, they make Garak cloth. Now we are beginning to talk of selling Sierra Leone. All the artists we're gonna stage there, with all the respect, they all we're gonna stage there. They do jack nothing in capital letters to sell Sierra Leone, I'm afraid. They do nothing because there's nothing unique that they perform with somebody not don't see in Congo, with somebody not don't see Ivory Coast, Liberia, Gambia, or there's nothing unique that they've not seen. We have something unique in our country and we've left it all behind. Storytelling, and I'm not just talking necessarily because I do storytelling, but that should have been another thing that should have been on that stage. What about fantasy? Who sings in our own languages? She should have been there. Now, good to all the others who then go, God bless them, of course, they had a great time. But if we're talking about Sierra Leone and selling Sierra Leone, I'm afraid we fall far, far short of selling Sierra Leone to the rest of the world in that particular expo.
All right, so much stuff. See if I get a question for you.
Please.
Yeah. So Tiba, one time you say that sound in a grammar school band sound that one day?
No, I just play that sound so that you will feel and hear all the instruments being played.
Exactly.
Yes, then get the traditional one when they create, but also maybe they were not present at that particular.
Well, that is the disappointment when we get, because I know she performs well where you play the traditional instrument and they sound authentic. It becomes a Sierra Leonean sound. We're passing go one for listen to go lead on a dream. But that band the way is here. You remember for go rock and roll. Now I need to go for go watch. Yusuf then had the phone for you for I see you get question for Ramon.
Okay, Yusuf. I'm not saying you totally not agree with the expo, the concepts and everything that happens there. What thing would have been a better expo in terms of creating an atmosphere within the entertainment industry, apart from what thing they already take? You don't make mention of the boo-boo. Yes, but apart from that, what do you feel to say me for them be something better traditionally we for sell salon in terms of entertainment?
Okay, for example, we also get fashion now, so we get traditional fashion. Today, we get quite a number of people where they do fashion designing and stuff like that, which we close them. That's marketable. People in the way they make ronko, people in the way they make we contribute in our main line. We could have taken that. We could have taken some of our food, if you've been a gari making. We could have taken that day. What I'm saying is that we create a kind of drama atmosphere around that so that when people then go then totally experience what in Italic would be an indigenous Sierra Leonean. People would look for clothing to buy. Because then when we put that one day, then we play, okay, now that we artists, then they can come and sing songs in praise of the way fashion, the clothes, and the way we get. Now everything ties up together. But for God begins to show me the light, give me the light, fire, fire, fire. To me, it's nothing. There's nothing unique about that. It's nothing to write home about. And all due respect to these artists and what they've done, but it's nothing to write home about. And that's for me is what burns me, because they've wasted a big opportunity that could have sold the indigenousness of Sierra Leone.
Okay.
And nothing like that was done.
All right.
Nothing.
Well, thank you so much, Yusuf. Before you go, so you're inside the Republic now. All right. I think Femi got a question for you. Let I Femi question, then I will go ask you on. Then now we have one fast before you go. Go over to you, Femi.
Yusuf. Yes, boss Yusuf. I hope you're hearing me. Quick question. When was the last time that you saw Sierra Leone government export any of we musician them?
I've not seen it. Look, if they are to export, let them export the national dance troupe first of all.
No.
So hold on, T-boy.
No, there was an expo in Italy a couple of years ago.
Not just even that. They took income over 20 or 30 artists them to America.
To America, there's been a couple of it,
including LXG or whatever. LXG then come and all of them people over 30 of them.
Okay. Now,
so the question is, Salon government nine duam?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Salon government.
Guys, listen up. Can I just say something?
Go ahead.
Can I get something here?
Yes.
It's a very interesting point you raised in there to say the APC government at that time took all of these other artists out in those countries. Great. Let us measure what has been the impact, what has been the benefit at the time Julius Caesar, what tributary bring he to Rome, what has been the impact when they took those artists. I can still tell you, apart from individual artists who benefited, that way, it did not benefit the nation. I am talking about the nation. I am talking about what sells the nation. Individually, people may go and feel happy and feel like, yeah, I've done well individually. But as a nation, no. We keep failing like this. And we're failing like this because we're not going to the root of where the culture is. And that is upline. And that is the national dance troupe. And that is bringing those things that make Sierra Leone unique. How do we sell the Nomoli? Nomoli comes from Sierra Leone. Nomoli is close to 20,000 years old, older than the pyramids.
All right. Femi get another question for you.
Yes.
So it's not a question, Juma. I just want state say, Yusuf will say, as far as I'm concerned, member. Yeah, I don't remember. Una they makes that certain statements them which I go possibly challenge you, Juma, on, because I don't believe saying a Salon government actually do the incident day. There was private people behind some of them, show them the way they talk about. So.
No, I'll tell you categorically clear. Okay.
So I am saying, we don't see for years and years and years Sierra Leone government bringing in or helping to bring international artists in for camp perform now with stadium them to our masses. What I'm saying is it's not a bad thing if we care with people and go outside and go give them small exposure. Apart from just them performing in front of a different audience and the audience go like them on this on that day, something and them rubbing shoulders them with other artists, them being in a different environment, they open their eyes them to different other things them will go sometimes lead to their experience or their music going to a different level. So as I say, hold on, Juma. As I say, really, I think it's way too early for me to judge this thing. Yes, if they say the bottom line was to go and sell Sierra Leone music, then maybe the choice of artists was wrong. Yeah, maybe. So, but again, the government, as I say, I give them credit for actually doing something. Because in the music industry that we're in, we don't cry say we need our music to sell to a bigger market. the people that will choose the artists, them something like them will get for go challenge and ask them the reason why they pick them particular artists in the. But not so. The question was this a benefit to Sierra Leone or not?
Yeah, true. And that's my question, and my question stands.
If one Sierra Leonean benefits, Juma, if now one artist benefits because in career change or financially safe, it's a good thing.
But that's not how we measure benefits to the nation, where they use the state resources.
Yeah, but again, it's very, it's very one-sided. You're looking at this argument,
no,
because you can never tell how it would benefit the country. P Square were nobodies before they went to Sierra Leone. Believe it or not.
Right, but they went there
when they went to Sierra Leone.
The government of Nigeria sent them.
When they got exported to Sierra Leone, hold on. When they went to Sierra Leone and they performed in front of the Sierra Leone Stadium, where it was possibly 45,000 people plus, then people then at their own country they're able to recognize and see them guys are actually serious. There are different ways to measure things, guys. We can't just say, because the one thing happened that way. I think, say, Yusuf Youssef being an artist, you for understand, say, if you go perform, Yusuf, I've toured with Yusuf. Hold on, Yusuf. I've toured with Yusuf on very many venues.
I'm afraid I disagree. Okay, Femi, I hear you, but I disagree in the sense that, again, as I've said earlier on, I agree, say, as individuals, people that can go benefit. The artists they would then go in the cow and all the further way, all the bluff and the inside hotel. We see they all within the bluff in that way. To me, what in that also demonstrates is that their mentality, their level for develop further, to me, is slightly very limited. It's full of ego. And ego, not the promote. I'm not going to promote things at all. There is a different way you approach when you're talking of the country. It's a total different ballgame altogether. The attitude of which and especially the main ambassador, the attitude we demonstrate to me is an attitude we know they bring all the people then together. And his job is for make sure say he bring the artists then together, to make we promote the country further, to make we all work together. But what he may see is like let we go enjoy we own day. Now I know Charlie Hafner was there as well. Okay, Charlie Hafner was there, but I just don't know why make Charlie Hafner was not necessarily prominent in the media. If he was there with Freetown players, I would have thought that if he was there with Freetown players, that's a good act as well that can sell Sierra Leone. But on the whole, it's only individuals we go with it and benefit. But at the bet me bottom pound, but
well, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I can say. I'm sorry. I hope say my line clear. Cut off.
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry. That's fine. Thank you so much, Yusuf. No.
Then the buzz me now.
The buzz for me today. Tibo, I don't know if you get a question for him because I get one more question while I'm for asking, but after you. All right. Okay. So you then at the Republic, Yusuf Jallo. Hello. Yusuf Jallo.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So you then at the Republic. So you tell me how they go to the Republic.
Sorry, please ask that question again.
I say you tell me how they go to the Republic because you then at the Republic right now. You're more qualified for talk about the Republic than we there.
All I go tell you is that I get the shock of my life where I want to go buy lunch or meat this morning for I eat salad. Where the small thing I been eat 10,000 for go buy the small thing. I didn't come back. They say, "Bruh, you need 12,000 more."
No, I don't understand. So you give them 10,000 leons?
I did 10,000. Yes, 10,000 for go buy lunch or meat. The small thing. Now then the bobo come back and say, "Bruh, you need 12,000 more."
So then at 22,000.
The luncheon meat don't go 4 times. Yes, it don't go 4 times the price. So now, from when maybe they buy 5,000 2 years ago, it is now 22,000 for the small luncheon meat.
Okay. Wow. All right. Well, make sure so you know it's salad till you come. And see why they keep that question. They will discuss the gradient. But thank you so much, Yusuf. We appreciate you.
All right.
Bye. Yeah. Well, T-Boy, round up on this thing, then we move to another topic.
Well, listen, for just telling us that the Expo creates a lot of amp in the atmosphere since it happened. But to be very honest, I hear Femi's point as an entertainer, because we get for look at the markets and see how we expose talent they will get in a salon. There's nothing wrong with that. But also we get for look at what do we get back in return of taking our artists back to different parts of the world and how it will benefit them, either individually or just for a short time. I hear you when you said the Nigerian industry don't go to Afrobeat. But guess what? I guarantee you right now, if you take, for example, Kollington is a Nigerian household name artist, maybe they play the talking drum. If you do a concert in London, it will be sold out. This is an artist we possibly don't take about 40 years within the industry. If you do King Sonny Ade, sold out. If you do Shina Peters, sold out. I am just giving you traditional juju artists in Nigeria.
The Lagbajas.
If you do any one of those, you know they bring anything for do it. Afrobeat is just that particular genre of music in Nigeria only. They get Oyo Festival in Nigeria. You know how much the West don't sabotage Oyo Festival. They get that Roots Festival in Gambia. You know how much they have sabotaged the Roots Festival in Gambia? And the Roots Festival in Gambia, they bring out so much tourist attraction, where they lead up to, now 118 million at the Roots Festival, people go see the crocodiles in Gambia. That's all. That was the only tourist attraction. Even the beach not better pass with yourself, but at least they have something. Now, we have more than enough
for
that particular industry for actually thrive to the top. Ghana then gets the house or door of no return. 9 people in the die for go see that Ghana in terms of tourism. So now if we export Ghana, for example, then get in Kinte, like somebody make mention, Amikalon, if Nena be the only products where they can go to the Expo.
Yeah.
Only get 10%. You can't even argue that, because it's traditionally Sierra Leone in terms of music, costume, instrument to some extent. I guarantee you there is not possibly more than 10 proper Shegure players in Sierra Leone anymore. This is not the world country, not even in the mainland. The world country.
So true.
I don't think we get 10 proper Shegure players than a salon anymore. That is why the instrument is dying. For example, Yusuf make mention of the bubu. If someone may go with a bubu gang of 15 people, they get a beatbox, they get a killing, they get a...
15 Bakuti boy, 5, just 5.
15 crew.
No, 15 sometimes you go say money, no, there's 5.
You have a setup, you have a bubu banner.
Yeah.
Bubu banner. Then they replicate all the other European music. I believe that stage day before be packed full. Because guess what? People will be coming there to watch what sort of instruments are these guys playing.
We just say kentik. The people they blow this, they put sound.
What sort of instruments? What is in their mouth? How then they give you that bass? What's in the rhythm? How do they synchronize this? I will guarantee you they will have a record deal. Refugee All-Stars came together during the war and traveled to America, and they become a household band. You have stuff like Wombat Festival. Most of those festivals, you have the Edinburgh Festival. These are festivals put together for traditional activities. Now then one and day we for the go, but if we go with, I know you say hip hop or R&B artists, they're not good though, because techno, not go now any expo, because guess what? It is a cheap thing for techno. Because
Timo, you saying that you know to make me mention the Nigerian booth as an example. Now them picture and then put right. And then do a small bio about them. But do you know what was happening simultaneously? The Yemi Alade, the Tiwa Savage, they are actually touring in America right now from state to state. And along the same time, with them pictured in the Expo Festival, they're here making money for themselves. They're doing different shows now, different states them. Tiwa Savage in picture, Yemi Alade, the picture they did. But then they tour now. I see Burna Boy there somewhere else.
Because if you do in concert now, O2 Arena, 6 shows sold out.
Right. So let's go to Femi.
Why you forgot about Expo?
Let's go to Femi now. Let's go to Femi.
Let Femi wrap up. Look,
yeah, Femi wrap up, and then we'll go to other topic.
Femi wrap up for you.
You know.
Yeah. So honestly, guys, it's nice to talk. You know. Unfortunately, we did talk to Una, and you know, sad to say, Una don't understand the music industry. You know, and that's the truth. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. The Nigeria gets 170 odd million people.
Correct.
Salon gets 7 million people. Different markets, totally different markets. We highest employer or biggest employer now Salon government. In Nigeria, they've got tons of businessmen them within the private sector we can afford for do them so. Before the private sector go able for take we artists them, we government get for try for sell the artists there so. I totally hear you say sometimes the choice of artists that we go represent Sierra Leone might not have been the best pick. But again, it is subjective. You know, there's thousands of young Sierra Leoneans out there we go tell Una say wait Una they talk Una crap because they have not grown up with all the music as Una they talk about. So all they know is the music that's playing today. So I am saying to you, we get for say, oh, you know, the reality is not to the Expo get the problem. The problem na Salon problem from time immemorial. Music is not even taught in schools no more. When I went to school, we did music. Music is not taught in schools no more. It's not part of the curricula. You know, we artists them or we youngsters them, they only they learn for play instruments either than go something at church. That's what I know. You know, then go to church where then go able play a band, or then go school we get band, or they have a friend we get an instrument. But most of our artists can't play any instruments. So the only instrument we they able play are them voice. So you see, so really and truly, if we want to tackle this problem, we get to take and go right down to the grassroots level and say, let's start to, you know, let's look at this industry, if you can call it so, wholeheartedly. Let's look at why we youngsters them not able to sing in tune. Why we look at why we youngsters them or we musicians them can't play any instruments. There's many things. Some of the artists one they call so, you know, where they're seasoned musicians. They don't hustle for money. They spend their time in the studio learning, practicing, and delivering songs. We all artists and get for go fenam. You know, let's be very honest and get for go fenam. And as I say, if the private sector know they supply nothing to the artists, so now governments get for do that, and we know the role of government, and we know what in government only do over time immemorial. The youngsters of Sierra Leone had not really been respected. They haven't been given anything to grow their skills. You know, education, we're very poorly educated. We, you know, arts and culture, it's a no-no. As soon as I say the lock wall inside us when independence come with directing them for don't pull in a do for showcase what they do. There's many things that are wrong. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is taking whatever products they then choose for take to the outside world and try for sell them on the outside world isn't a bad thing.
Right. No, I agree with you, Femi, and you have a point. And obviously, we take is not on the artist or the people that we go, hey, definitely, if I have the opportunity, I will. But again, it comes back to the same thing. The people that way they make the decisions, they look at the wrong side and make the wrong decisions. I don't know why we always get it wrong. When we get an opportunity, they misfire, so that's where the problem is, and we get for think. And like how T-Boy say, Nigerian artists, but if we want to compare the population, you look at neighboring Guinea, they not get population pass with that much, but Guinea, the traditional music, today if Shekuba Bambino pulling music, is sold out the day we pull them because everybody wants a copy of that music. The traditional music, then they sell past anybody with a copycat other sound. So because everybody wants a copy to say, I have Shekuba Bambinos as part of my collection, I have what you call Anketa as part of my collection, and so on and so forth.
Yes, so the answer there is, Juma, we have to now look at, look within. Look at ourselves. Look inside your CD collection, inside your MP3. How many, what songs are you dancing to? Right. Let's be honest. Yes, we know. Somebody make a comment about, Jamaica, there's only 5 million people. Jamaica have, Jamaica, when you go there, hip-hop doesn't sell. Yeah, it's reggae. But guess what? There was a time when reggae begin die. Yes, it was still big in certain areas, but raga was the biggest thing. And raga and reggae mixed with hip-hop. So you understand? So even dance have changed their music slightly. Change will always happen. Certain artists then will always represent culture. Like a Yusuf Ojalo, they'll always represent culture. Ami Kalon, in many ways. These guys will always, these people will always represent culture. But then you have other youth, them, if you can call them that, the way they get up from the inner cities, or the inner city will get in Freetown, and they don't want to sing cultural music. As far as they're concerned, it's taking their career back. They want to move forward. Then say, the people that are making money, that are being the YouTube influencers, the Instagram and and the Twitter are all doing hip hop, and that's what they want to do. That's what they want to do, because most of the artists, they didn't start singing because they loved singing. They started singing because singing was another way to make money. It was another hustle. So you see, so there's many reasons why we industry did where it is at the moment. And for fix them, we need government intervention. We need government intervention. And as I say, I'm not crying down cultural music. I love it. I told with Yusufu, we go up and down this country. So we go now some village. I think I'll be Newcastle. We go play Yusufu. They telling story them, and some of the language they use. Some with somebody they ask me, what is he saying? But she's laughing. You understand? So I totally understand cultural music. But what the point I try to make is, we know for frown down on the youth them and the momentum we then get in the modern day music industry, because that's what they see, that's what they're learning. If the government puts more attention in teaching cultural music, that's a different thing. As soon as say, they should sell Sierra Leone, but Sierra Leone isn't just about cultural music. There's other music with salon they do. So something for try for sell all of them rather than just the one.
All right, nice. Well, thank you so much, Femi. So inside the public, how they go, we don't exhaust most part of it on just one area. When at the Expo, it begin first for the banter between the comedians and the ambassador for entertainment. Then we don't discuss deep the benefits of music and how for use and for push with country and sell. So let me go to the other part. But T-Boy, before I go to that other spotlight topic, there's something interesting, and this therefore do with the Eastern Province as well. And I'll bring it because, say they say okay for look at the good things, right? Recently, then go launch the what you call it, Technical University, na Kenema. So I don't know whether you saw that. So Kenema said yes. They can get university.
Okay, now launch the project or then go open.
Well, now they make us confused that because with this government, one thing I like about them is Sabi use language, fine one. You understand it? So they can go commission something they say just like how they say 100 classroom, where they say 100 schools, so take to confused. So now make a help me. I don't know what you understand by this. And one for encourage people in the chat group as well for tell what they know about that program there.
I don't really get clear information about the project itself because I know for say it happened at Kenema this weekend on a Friday, no, on Saturday because the president's flight traveled to Freetown to Kenema, I think on a Friday night or Saturday morning because there was an event there anyway. The team of the Sierra Leone team with the Kenema at that particular point, so they received them being try for cover. But I think it coincided with the events with them in Gopa specifically, so they're not be able to cover. But I think it was commissioning, or I am not too sure. To be honest, I can't really say much about it. But I only know must say the president be the Kenema for either launch or commission of Polytechnic Institute. But that's all I know.
Not for institute, university.
Well, I don't know. Let me say I'm not sure. So basically, I don't have a guarantee.
No, I tell you what the government say. The government say
if university, then I'm not definitely going to tell you say now open because we're not supposed to be. So yeah, I will agree. Say I only see a plot as well. The way they say then they can't try for build an airport in a boat town.
Okay, that's the other one. Hold on there first. Let's talk about the Kenema. Then we'll go to the airport now. And we don't forget about that.
I'm not too sure, but
you know Kenema, and obviously Kenema, you know, the Eastern Province, you know, the Bunubu Teachers College and all of those things. We're now one of a prominent training institution for a lot of people. We, you know, today now they been starting run down there and become prominent people. So what would you think this would be if it actually come to fruition? Just like Femi say, some of the things you know, will start by word and hopefully germinate later. If it come to fruition, what would be the benefit to Sierra Leone?
Always been a center point for the eastern part of Sierra Leone, when at the Eastern Province. And Kenema don't become the hub for the Eastern Province in terms of education, culture, and so many other things there. Kenema have been the only place where they host the cacao show. We've been having regularly every year in December. And also Kenema been get the Kenema Technical Institute. We've been deal with arts and crafts and also skills trade. Because they may get some elements of engineering, plumbing, masoning, carpentry. We have been the Technical Institute in Kenema, and then they will do very well. And over those years, I think the Technical Institute benefited a lot. Well, the Kenema Forest Industry Corporation benefited a lot from the Technical Institute Corporation because most of the students graduating from the Technical Institute were mostly employed by the SLPNB or Forestry Industry Corporation within Kenema. So Kenema was a hub for so many things. Then they even get agricultural company in we did win at the AID or AIDI. They get a lot of stuff that will be happen at Kenema. And Kenema also have been the center point because then have been the only then with Tongo field they get a playing field. We have been in the playing field where they run passengers then from Tongo, we have been in mining ground. That's in the NDMC they work functionally well to Kono and then to Kenema within that eastern region. So Kenema has played a pivotal role within the Eastern Province. So it will be a shame if they left him for die out that way. To me personally, my opinion, I think it's one of the most redeveloped township in the entire Sierra Leone. And I know the reason why they say down there. Either based on the fact that the people are not ready or political dispensation, no work rights for them in some way. But I think it's been less improved over the years, apart from the roads they really begin to on the side roads. So Kenema, yes, is pivotal. So it would be nice to have another institution like a university, because most of the schools they really Kenema, they are not like schools. They look like universities because they have massive big compound with buildings located in different areas. The HRSS, the KSS, the only one we've been specifically get one domain given have been the Catholic school way. I don't forget the name again of the Catholic school. Trinity. Holy Trinity was possibly one long massive corridor. We get different classes there. But yeah, like you say, it would be a very good thing if they open up the institution there, if they make them a university. But I think now commissioning, but I'm not too sure whether.
Well, Umar Uba say na inauguration, so I don't know what that means. Then, of course, obviously, Boka Osawodon can cost with us, you know, for asking a simple question. You see, that's what's with our honest. Today, you say we are master of all. You know, you say we ask a question, we don't know. So we ask for clarification based on the information where we get. Then say university, technical university, that's what it is. We don't know. Is it functioning? Is it operational? Our question is simple. What is it going to be? You know, how that will benefit.
But you said the Polytech was being converted to university. Which Polytech?
Ask her. So Boka Isao, thank you so much. But you give me more information, you will sabi. Not costly, not vex. We are not anti-university. We bring the topic up because we want for no more. People want to know. Okay, come up, come tell us. How is it going to benefit us? Not because we are big here.
No, well, you see again that the problem is what gets with fellow Sierra Leoneans. You so asked me a question.
Exactly.
We are not investigative journalists. We not go tell you say if we want to do investigative journalism, we can do that, but that is not what we're here for. So I think you get for reverse that statement there. And if you know anything about the topic, come out and say.
Come out and tell me. Now people say how they go inside the Republic.
Eastern Polytechnic was created in 2004 as a university. What university are we talking about again? Well, I don't know. No, this time, Mr. Boyle.
Yeah, so it all shows say not so we're not more confused now. So Boka is out there, they help me small. All right, now we move now to the airport. The airport now. So both said they can get airport.
I see no more people in Sinap now. I feel where they say they can launch the new Bo airport. I don't know whether that's true.
Well, I mean, not so that I see even signboard, they put signboard, big signboard where they put say the project they can start and all that. I wanted to screenshot it, but something.
It would be nice because if they get the airport within a Bo, at least some people that will get money for fly will not travel by road anymore.
Nah,
so if they make the airport,
no. Reverse forward.
Juma, what you make you like reverse?
Reverse forward. Reverse
If we reach each one, we get projects now, Bo. We they just fly. It takes us roughly about half an hour, 45 minutes to go down.
T-boy, please don't do this to me, okay? Do not, because we started. How many years ago? Was it 4 years ago, 3 years ago?
Not
a camp. We were promised Lunge Bridge, okay? We were promised Lunge Bridge for done in 2 years. Now you tell me, say the two blocks them, the two block, wanna go turn the sword. You be saying that they build the bridge, but we can't learn say the block then the cement block they then put the two for saying this with a mark now so they can build this. This is a symbolism. Say this bridge will they build this bridge. The block then they don't thief them. So the Lunge Bridge not built it after 4 years now. Wait me, T-boy. Wait me. Then promise we say then they renovate the existing airports. Okay. They make a world-class airport. 2. Point number 3. There was an airport that was supposed to be built in Mamama. Then cancel that and then say not cost effective in order in the interest of the country. But now, 1 year to elections, or 1.5 years to elections, then they can't tell we say, then they go build airports now. Then you don't already begin by plane tickets. So we reach Lunge, you just load na plane tickets, plane one for go follow go do program there, or then we go there, we drive to Kenema and other places. Continue. I just want for explain that to you. Let you continue, please.
Well, me, like I said to you always, we dey build Lunge Beach.
Okay. Well, who's them?
Yeah, I don't care what you see.
Who's them?
You know what you know, we dey build.
Okay.
You know, say we talk, we dey do. Wait, we dey build Lunge Bridge, and one, yeah. But with the airports now, like I don't say earlier on, Kenema was highly influential within the eastern province of Sierra Leone. That been the hub for go back and forth within the region. And they may use airline, they may use boats, they may use road. Road was not that great, but airline was the most frequent means of transportation in the 70s to late 70s. I'm not going to say early 80s. Early 80s, it was not much in existence as such, but in the late 70s, yes. I have been privileged to go through all those sort of facilities in Sierra Leone.
Femi not ready for you, don't come back.
Let's tell you for in music, they can't talk about, don't come off on music. But what I got for say is, if I told it is possible, now that we only know they only have like a year left within their reign, as in the SLPP government, it will be nice.
No. SLPP power government qualify it.
No, SLPP government now in power. I don't know about the power per section of them. The power per section of them, then you subsection power. Okay. But as far as I'm concerned, the SLPP government they in power, and if they're able to get the airports now to be completed within a year, we're not impossible.
But not possible as well.
Well, I'm not going to say not possible. It's not impossible. Okay. It is possible. Okay. But it will serve ideally for the people of the Eastern Province specifically, so they'll be able for each other. But I don't know no more.
Southeast.
Well, the Southeast, but I don't know no more outside that airport they're going to lead to, whether not directly Freetown or internationally.
You will not begin buy tickets today. You need for go and ask me back.
Because we get a lot of projects they will get for begin doing at Bolton, because Bolton is now the hub for NGOs in Sierra Leone. So now then most of the NGOs activities then they happen.
Yeah, it has been for a long time. It has been for a long time.
No, it has been for long, but it has been dormant over the past couple of years because the other provincial towns like Makeni, Putloko, Kabbalah they don't take over within the past couple of years. And so basically all I'm saying is, yes, it could be nice because we do a lot of NGO work with them. So we're not going to go by wood. Femi left me in a salon a couple of years ago because he went for London for like I go do NGO work there. So I struggle because Femi then go plan and go fashion because light no day, road no day for me then can't quick, and the transportation issue being so difficult. But if we fly from Freetown for go inside 30 minutes, I don't go do my recording now, but I come back in a future, I continue with the activity. So I am highly in favor of the airport. If it is going to be done in a year, it will be very, very much beneficial to us.
All right. So let's come to Femi. Why? Femi, why? Femi, why?
Oh yeah. Today, look at me, don't comedian. So
we don't get to hear your voice often, like that. So.
Okay, so I would like to just comment on the university and Polytechnic. Actually, before I comment, I would like to ask a question.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a Polytechnic and a university?
Well, a university gets more faculties. A Polytechnic, specifically in a trades area, limited in a scope of education or knowledge where they provide. So whereas university get different faculties, they get different things the way they expose people to in the educational world. So if I can explain, and that's how I explain.
So I think even if we look at dictionary, they tell we say a university there at a high level where the degrees them, because even Polytechnic and NSF gets certain degrees them, but the degrees that within the offer university are recognized.
Right.
Yes? You agree on that?
Yeah.
Say the degree that within the university more recognized than the Polytechnic.
Well, again, depending on how you look at it, because
unfortunately, our degrees in Sierra Leone
are not recognized.
International world. So literally, you name it university, or you name it Polytechnic, or it not really matter.
It no matter.
Our degrees aren't recognized. And as I say, when we talk about music, we need to look at, we need to do the studies them better. For look at the problem. If we pick on the alpha fluff in them, rather than we go to the nitty gritty and find the base of the problem. In Sierra Leone, we educated so many people before we even born. We can at this side of the world, we can excel, even past the with man with them in get a class with. You understand? We need to get to those levels again. It not get for easy, but we need to start trying. I not believe we governments them, they're interested in educating our people. And that's the problem. They want to keep us uneducated for one reason or another. If we tackle them so, then stupid arguments and we they pencil about if it's a polytechnic or a university doesn't really mean nothing, because neither of those two faculties or institutes are recognized in the West. You come out salon with your degree, you can't answer and you can't say, I'm not sure about that degree though. If you can't study this and that, you get for go do
top up.
Yeah, you get for go top up. Or if you can't get this work, we not believe in that certificate that we get. So these are the reality. We say we minister or we ambassador to music asks certain individuals them for tell a joke in English, and because of that they're making a kid and go. Again, it's education. So in many ways, yes, something I fit demand them, but in many ways we're all saying the same thing, including him, that the people that where they done school na salon aren't educated to the level that they're supposed to be. So really,
but then challenge and say no even get
so what I'm saying is there's many reasons then we'll get for look at. Now they can't talk about bridge. We can't talk about airports. Building a new airport. Then show we some fancy for bridge where them one build with train the gun pantab. Really, as I say, we keep looking at the fluffy things them because them feel to say we all so silly that we know they see the truth. The real thing that we them for invest money pan or we country money pan, they don't do it. Instead, in the campaign today, they Nancy story picture there, so we think say go get all excited. Yes, T-boy, we would love an airport in Bo. If that was the case, that's why I go fashion and we'll come back in time. We could have tackled that, but that's not the reality of Sierra Leone. We not get lights. We hospital the lights the Otna or hospital them in theater. We not get eats for we people them. We market them. You go now, we market them. Really and truly, there's no place to keep our products fresh. When you cook now, I was talking about fresh, you get for cook for today, because if you cook for tomorrow, you not get fridge for put up because you freeze just as warm as cupboard. These are the realities. We need to look at that.
Femi, you saying that about misplacing priorities. Just was it yesterday? I browsed through something where they show a hospital in Yile. Okay, Yile Hospital. Now torchlights and they use now the hospital torchlight for deliver woman them where they born or for do C-section. Can you imagine? Somebody go born. Now torchlights they're all for go perform surgery and that person. You go say okay, in other places they're not so major one, but people are dying for stupid things na salon. But if they come, build castle na the ear, then you feel say people for clap for you. You they go build airports na Bo. The one way you say now the runway they go renovate, you not even put tarmac there. The one way you say the way you don't meet, they don't make, you not put the tarmac. The bridge 2 years, 4 years now, although T-boy still get confidence about that bridge. But they even done that project there because few months or few years back, they promise we say, then they go build the new seaport na Bonth. So you build new seaport na Bonth, new airports na Bo, then you don't forget about the Lunge Bridge. You cancel the Mamama Bridge. Then you not even renovate the way you been saying they renovate. See, but I don't understand how this go they go.
They come.
So that make us say reverse forward.
Una they distract we. Una they distract we not stop. What you know for do right now for distract we momentum. At the moment with the flow. So now allow it for flow. Allow we enjoy with self. Allow
we know I no stress. Yes, sir.
Juma, you see, sometimes we take things for granted. Sometimes we underestimate some of the things the way we believe in. And sometimes we therefore begin to look at some of the things the way we say and how then they actually come to reality. Okay. The longer bridge now one thing where we all be know for say not possible. Especially within the shortest period of time we aim for happen. But me still believe say it will happen. Because you know why?
Too much. You're making me laugh, just I don't want to see pack confidence like this. Yes.
One thing that we make him believe in, now me when I think about something, I look at it over the fence, not to just front me no more.
Okay.
Why say that longer bridge there with the Bila? You let them ask me who that get for Bila.
No, you explain. Because me I confess.
Okay.
The sense of makeupness don't mix up.
The bridge could be built, but the priority of the bridge, it don't reduce at the moment. So basically what we're looking at now for how we're able to bring other things that we will know for say, possibly we can be able to do within the shortest period of time, we go cover up for the bridge. But
so
as
let
far
me
as
just
we
clarify. When they say possibly we can able for do, you're not referring to Sierra Leone media, correct?
Sierra Leone media not enough to go be bridge.
Now just want to say when they say we, I don't say like collective. I don't know when they say we
SLPP.
Oh, we power. Okay.
Yes, not say power. I'll tell you, power a different faction of SLPP. I'm not talking about okay. We SLPP.
Okay.
We build the bridge before we first stand on.
Okay.
You see, some of these things we they take them for jokes. Some thinking they when we say we then at the public inside the public.
Whose bridge? Let me clarify.
Now you're asking the right question. Now that you know me they do before. You they tell Lunge bridge. You know how much bridge they are Lunge? When they tell Lunge bridge, you know how much bridge they Lunge? Particular bridge. The one they come up from side to side. When they ask the right question.
No, the way they refer to that the bridge where the vice president because he don't say he said the bridge. The Lunge bridge.
When they come up, Lunge bridge. When they come up from side to side.
We just say Antiba Potopotka. Say the bridge. Now yeah, they start. And they end up under that I don't know on top of
right. Because I know for some Lunge a big tongue. You get my hair, where they get one outside and get when a bay, then you get star green. Not so. Then the back the other.
Get teacher for
you get center for you get Boku. So which partner the actual jetty where this bridge get for go land where they connect to Ferry Junction and Freetown? Now me they ask. Okay. So if we start with the build bridge now Lunge, with the build the Lunge bridge, it not necessarily get for cross from Ferry Junction to Lunge. We can build any connecting bridge inside Lunge na Lunge bridge.
Yes.
It's not a problem.
All bridge na bridge, all cry do for berry.
All cry. So that's what I want to
Oh my goodness. Anyway, yes, Femi, go ahead. I see Femi they on today.
Oh, lefty boy. This is all cry do for berry, you know. That bridge where they say they want build for we.
You are a president, madam, you'll be sitting on top.
Bridge, still know the bridge where they talk, but now can begin and make sweet talk now. So that bridge they anyway, that bridge they not get for bill. And I'm glad we know
the bill. Left, that bridge they be.
I'm glad we know the bill. We all
I don't buy it for that bridge.
Juma. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
The first I go salon back after the war, after I think say the last holiday I go I'll be 1990 just before the war break. Then I'll go back in 2003. So 13 years later. Yeah. So I was so excited, I'm going back home. I go see some of my family, them, blah blah blah. I don't buy me tickets now. I don't go Gatwick. While I reach Gatwick, then sell me hovercraft tickets. I don't buy me return fare with the hovercraft. Jump na plane, reach Freetown now. While I reach Freetown, middle net, my cousin then send somebody with my name, all my name, Femi Pama. I say yes, na me. It's so good. He say na helicopter you take cross Goba.
Yeah.
Now I say I get tickets for the hovercraft. Now I say no. Baker, you gotta say make you cross with helicopter. I say okay. Reluctantly. Go na the helicopter, me man. Those 5 minutes where that helicopter crossed from Lungi to Freetown was the longest 5 minutes of my life. Yeah. I don't do na ferry. We ferry don't drift. I don't do na speedboat. We plastic bag hook na the what you call it the motor. So we just a drift. I've literally, you name it, I have done it in Sierra Leone, and all of them I've hated. So I would be one of the one that we go say yes, and I give you bridge, make a drive me motor up and down, and I not get for abo pan, sit on pan no water or fly, no nothing for anybody. The helicopter ride was possibly now the only thing that I don't ride helicopter in my life, and trust me, I don't know, I nothing say in my own choice I go ever ride them again. That's the kind traumatic.
Well, you know like risk with it.
So the point I describe for make is I would love the bridge, but guess what? Priorities. I'd rather than spend almost billion. Let me say 2
billion. Yeah,
$2 billion. I'm not even able to imagine what's that kind of money they go do.
See, by pulling calculator.
What's that money they go do na salon? I can't imagine it. Because we go get state of the art, at least 1 or 2 state of the art hospital. We go stop.
No, we get state of the art hospital now. All the districts.
Thank you. We go stop with people and for travel go die na other people country. Give we more yagba say we get for bring them body then come back and bear them. So not to say no more. We they spend the money for above say they will get treatment. We then go they're not able to get the treatment. Then come back or come bear them. So don't lose this money. We don't lose this we people them. Just because our people have the wrong priorities. I did tell you this thing. $2 billion is easy to call, but now boku money than they if them put them rightly so, we don't need that bridge. The Femi go keep struggling with crossing that water day. I don't cross with waiting and call that in Pampa. I don't cross Pampa because I miss speedboat one day. Imagine that. So I don't really go through hell and back, but I'm prepared to do that as long as they not use that money they for put on that bridge. They use them for better thing. But Tibo talked earlier on about I don't know how to talk. If I sit here and I turn around and I switch on my light comes on. In Sierra Leone, people are not understanding, and that's a hard thing. We go pump water no run.
Some person never see pump.
That's a hard thing to understand when you don't do at this side of the world. It is almost impossible to understand. Understand? In this day and age, in this century that we did so, we they talk about universities and polytechnics and this and that. And the Salon not able to build straight line, TTD, things that way the Egyptian then do almost billion years ago. Would they see us and a Salon will link? Yes, I'm not saying we not the see us that we link at this side of the world. But we can't draw straight lines. We can't build a wheel. Really and truly, we get bokutin that we'll get for look at the reality. And some people are going to say, Femi, they talk utmost crap because we get all kind of engineers, we get all kind of architects. Yes, but honestly, really, will these guys get the employment if they're not to salon them in day? Will they employ them in big industries? Most probably not, because they haven't got the experience. Our government has to look at how we educate our people, from the one we go class 1, say the one that we go university. Especially these guys we do currently, so we claim say they are professors, they're educationists. How the hell are they allowing Sierra Leone for the good dong the drain in education? I can't understand.
Again, like you say, priority. That's the thing. Interest. Are we genuine enough, to ensure that we want for Salone move forward? Or we just pay lip service to these things, let it sound good. Yeah, they can beat and dance for you, Mr. President, but what happens after your 5 years? If you commodity after 5 years, what would they remember you for? For the Boku talk and not do, or something where you do it change the lives of people, or where people go see and remember, say, oh yeah. Because when they start with this free quality education, I told people that, it's a failed project, very ambitious, it's not possible. Create other means, let people able to pay for them fees, they're able to pay them fees. Government can subsidize, with teachers and other things. People pay tuition, that is not their problem, but just create the atmosphere for people able to afford for themselves. You create free quality education, you cannot give what you don't have. That's what I always say. You're going to go bigger. And a bigger, they can't promise boy say they get 10,000 leons. We may not even sure say they get 1,000 leons for myself. And that's exactly what's happening with the free quality education. We saw that. The same way that they do the Sababu project. Yeah? We saw what happens. That was the opportunity where Salone being get for develop the infrastructure, the educational infrastructure of that country there. But we saw failed project, them go put signboard in a place, it's just like how they do with the Lunge Bridge, the airports, and all other things. Bridge not in a name 9 day, but school not day. Then call a Sababu project. We saw that happen in Sierra Leone. But anyway, let's move to other topic. T-Boy. In the answer present. Yeah. So let's go now to the economy, right? And the bread and butter issue, the price hike, because this one it bets all man, whether you go school, you not go school, you didn't have government, you not in a government, you do overseas, you not do overseas, all man they pay the price. And rice now is staple food. So man, Alexa eat with us. I be some people left. Alexa what you get? Say today only I know it's na gari no my it. Today only I know it's na yebe no my it. Na fufu it. As long as you know it's yes. So rest don't jump to 475,000 leons. Some of the other bags them 495,000 leons. Just like how cement be don't jump from 45,000 say reach to 120,000. How is this going to impact the country and people?
My response, I believe, say one of the flagship projects for the current government and the fact say they want to boost the agricultural sector, which is not a bad thing. And I believe, say, over the past 2 years, majority of the heads of the current government, we get access to land, don't embark on agriculture. And we see thousands of acres of land being cultivated for rice farming specifically. And a couple of weeks ago, I saw a farmyard being prepared to process some of the rice harvesting period where they mean get, where they show we a massive big platform where they dry the rest them ready for bag them. And the person may they make some kind of audio in the background say that this the president will talk about. Now food don't they for feed the entire country. Now you make it the bank on agriculture and specifically for produce rice. Well, I think that was a good initiative, but it don't take over 2 years now since they begin plants there. How long did it take for plants and harvest and get them ready for putting on the markets? How long? Do you know anything about that, Juma?
I don't know, but Femi will help when I'm near somebody where they na agriculture, they go guide we, but we no say so until within 3 to 6 months, rest can don't make fine, and so therefore don't harvest 4 times. So the best of me knowledge, me knowledge I get, but
you get two types of rice production or rice farming. You get the land, and then you get the swamp rice farming.
Mm-hmm.
The swamp rice farming, now something very seasonal, only during the rains when the swamp don't hold water.
Right.
Then yes, you plant yes now the swamp.
Like the how we show the boya liboya.
Yes, now in the happen at Liboya, mostly the northern part of Sierra Leone, because I'm mostly swamp farming and gets. Very interesting type of farming, because it's not that difficult, but it's just a bit challenging, because sometimes in the swamp then slippery, some side they way deep, some side they way not deep. But then you know find way hard and they make them very nice the way they to maximum knee level. But again, then are the two type of rice farming with it. But you get the other one when the land farming, when like the hills, the green, the soil way mixed with sand and stone and gravel. Him get regular production. So basically they take between 3 months, maximum 4, you for don't harvest. But it happen mostly during the rains, then the plants, when the rains they finish, it meets up for dry, and then they harvest during the dry season. But it don't take 2 years now. So if we put together all the farming structures that we don't happen within the past couple of years, we don't get enough rice, because now that's not been the specific reason for the agricultural project that we then put on board with all the tractors that we don't come for make we able for produce real rice and sell within Sierra Leone. I don't know what is happening with that. So are we still paying 400,000 for imported rice, even though we don't spend 2 years for produce we own local waste them? Then I want question 2. If we discard for produce we rest inside saloon, are we selling it in Sierra Leone? Because definitely they don't harvest over the past year.
You don't see the harvest?
Well, I don't see. Yes, I've seen videos.
Okay.
So
you see videos, but you don't know if that's alone and they harvest. So somebody they do ordinary back.
Well, me, I could tell you, say I don't see video the way they say now the president in farm, one of the presidents in farm where he gets na Potloko area. Not so even at the southeast.
Yes. I remember.
Thank you.
Yeah, the president and the whole team in Go Day. Yeah. So
now farm they don't harvest, and I see it and they put their yes then they for dry.
So the rest go. They can't go Dubai.
And I make us say I don't know whether we sell we yes inside saloon or we export them, because as far as I'm
concerned, let me come inside. Hold on, Dubai. Oh, yes.
This kind of question and if then they sell inside Dubai.
Because they don't harvest 2 years now.
So again, you know, say me a question that they carry it. So really and truly, una see the farming we big one say he put in pan.
Who's big one?
The president.
Okay.
He say, we need for go back into farming. I come from an agricultural background. As in my dad is an agriculturist, so I kind of done there around. We then only discuss some of the insights over the years. Sierra Leone, for make we produce products, agricultural products, and for the masses, we need for do industrial farming, not so.
Yeah.
There is no way we can able for produce for the masses per. I would go call the farming really what would you do? Artisan farming, because we literally they produce for it. As T-boys say, we're ready for retire. They go to a village. We T-boy get in farm in a village where he harvest, he pull for in 2, 3. Picking them with their around and picking them with their around they eat. That's the kind of farming where they take place in Sierra Leone. Yes, we'll get a little bit extra, we'll go send go to market. But really and truly, if we want serious but farming, we need for do industrial farming. That means to say we get forget the land, we get forget possibly the private sector investing then capital in the land. We need for buy the machinery them, because we can't they go with hoe and rake, for go dig ground for plants. No, we need machinery. We need tractors. Them. We need all things. We need conveyor belts. We need transportation from the farm to the markets. There's many things them where they're not put in places. So for make we leaders and they go and talk big talk again, as I say, fluffy talk for make who get excited. So they do this and they do that, and they now certain people are no more the yard than the cover. Something I make them it's for make who not get educated, so that we not go see the foolishness that we then tell we, because actually the 1, 2, 3 of we actually will see past waiting and they say go able for telling us say there is no way the structure with the non put in place go able for produce thing the way we go able for it. Sierra Leone imports rice with staple diet. That is ridiculous in this day and age. But as I said before, you know, we literally don't have anything. We don't produce anything. You know, everything we buy, even with staple food we buy, it's about time that we really look at ourselves. You know, we don't know what's in a flush toilet and some homes then. Huh? You know, flush toilet. You know,
what's that?
Exactly. You know, some man not get pumped now the hose. Some man still gets well. There's many things wrong with Sierra Leone, and in this day and age, it shouldn't be that way. But if we allow them people to carry on, they make we from full, then we'll be here 100 years later. We'll still get in conversation there as well.
All right. Well, again, we don't come back to the same thing, you know, because again, T-Boy, if it's just the same, don't forget about the mechanized farming for a second, yeah, before you think for export and all that thing and they all feed all man. But if you just create the atmosphere wherein we will just embark on that subsistence farming, eat what you know, grow, yeah. You plant you must get family or you get party them. One will come into small groups. You know, somebody must get land upline where you are the free to we not get land. You can able for sponsor that person. They will harvest. Una ka una shape, not so. But if that is not done, but now me can be asked the question the other time. We'll be getting the same discussion that we see the president don't show, say, oh, now this all man for do blah, 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 blah. Is that same opportunity accorded to every Sierra Leonean? We then say, being able to forget their own small farm, not to do a big like the president in your own, but small, we then go at least go the rest with them and their family go eat just like how Femi say, eat, give to the neighbor, keep small for rainy day, for rainy season, or you use small for barter trade, right? You know, get per mind, I give me per mind, give me granite, because we know say that's what happens. So if not just that number we do, we know they spend 495,000 leons for buy one baguette. Yes, Femi, go ahead.
Juma.
Yes, sir.
If I buy me land, if I buy me land, in
now outside force.
Hold on. If I buy me land, and I do not with them, I say I do it. So I plant 2-3 in them, I do it for make it beer, so that I go able for sell and market. Land minister, they can't take me land and me answer and not develop them. You see how stupid we are as a country?
Exactly.
I buy me land, I want to invest. The president say we for put hand for agriculture. I buy me land because I decide say I the wait for make the land. So say I not be like the previous owner when they use the land. I want the land time for making rest so that I will get for can plant. Land minister they can't take me land na me hand.
So you know develop.
I not develop the land. It just show how backwards we are in a sense. So all the entire so they talk. If we don't go right inside and find out the problem them and get rid of some of them people are so we really and truly think say we country money na them pocket money. If we not try to get rid of them, then we're never gonna develop.
You're right, absolutely. And what Timmy can say for talk na one thing, for write on a paper another thing, but for actually implement them. And I'm sure say we get for left this kind of thing. And I want for the people that were responsible no say the ordinary people they see through una. They may not say anything today. They may seem to be powerless right now, but then they see through the lies. And it is sad for somebody not supposed for lie, nobody not supposed for lie, but people that way they claim the Honorable and His Excellency titles them. They deliberately lie and hoodwink the people. You might smile like you don't get at them for that short period day. But time go come when them people and they not go respect you again as a person. You know, you're not able to say anything. You know, because you can't be telling people or who can't feed yourself who not trust the process. Now, not even hear about trust the process. Nobody talks about trust the process again. You know, so even the people who get the process, not sabi spell process anymore. So how go trust the process? Which is a shame. So yeah, anyway, I know say we will continue this conversation. We get T-Boy. T-Boy they do some research for we, but we can go jump to another topic shortly. But yes, Master Farmer T-Boy. You don't do research done. So how we for end this? Because the sad part, if somebody would I be asked the last time, it's now minimum wage na salon? Was it you, T-Boy or Femi? One of una two, you know, that if your minimum wage is 500,000 leons and you paid 500,000 and you have a family of 5 and a bag of rice is 495,000 leons.
Yeah, you know, add up.
You go decide on the mathematics, ask Femi.
Well,
the mathematics don't add up, me man.
You know, add up. This is the reality, the bread and butter. So your minimum wage is 500,000 leons. Where we know say, where me, I will tell you, say there are a lot of people in Sierra Leone where they work, still not getting paid 500,000 leons in Sierra Leone. They are getting paid below the minimum wage. So, and don't tell me they will go buy less 6 cup and all that thing and they, because if you can't afford to buy a bag of rice, we go last year your family for a month or 2 months or 1 month and a half for a family of 4 or 5. How you able for the give you money for go buy or you say go buy 3 cup or 4 cup every day? Almost for 1 cup rest na tongue now.
No idea.
For 1 cup rest.
1 million. The new money not come out yet. I mean, don't tell T-Boy say that new money they come out at December they cancel. That 1 million not they come out yet. So 1 million not get for 1 cup rest.
Juma not take the topic because that new money they come out next year.
Okay, we'll go there, no worry. So let's go back to this whole thing. You know, people think this is a joke, but it's a reality of people in life at all.
Okay. I think in terms of the staple food when I guess so gets, we get for begin look at cash crops in Sierra Leone. Yeah? Cash crops are one good thing we could develop a community slowly and then they will grow. I remember almost 10 years ago, my first trip to Kono after the war. Now for go talk about branding with an organization called Afford for see how we influence people then for develop themselves in terms of entrepreneurship. So I was specifically going to talk about branding in that particular project. But what we reached Kono, I realized that there was only one organization that was structured. It was the Plantain Sellers Association. Imagine Kono, Koidu Town, and the sub-regions they were inside Koidu Town. They form a female organization called Plantain Sellers Association. They plant and harvest plantain, and then that plantain they use for sell, for pay for them picking a school fee and survive. Like you said, Juma earlier on, you do a system for change and progress and all that stuff. But what I said to them was, okay, what's in the challenge they want to be get? Because then they face serious challenge during the rains. All the roads in Akono was so badly damaged. So the plantain them they perish. So all them they ask for now just road for transport them plantain them from the farm to the main town, or they not get storage system. That was their challenge. But I don't know whether that same Plantain Sellers Association they exist right now. This was like almost 10 years ago or more. The reason I make that question is because we already have an industry that was growing, which was the plantain sellers industry in Kono. What has happened within that time where they not been get access to good roads for transporting goods from the bush and the harvest to the tongue? They not been get storage system. So they were struggling for those major items then they. And what's in happen now is they begin sell them goods them in returns to certain things and way they're not able to forget like tomatoes, yabas, maggi,
rubber bowl.
Yes. So what's in been the concern to me now how them for change the face of them planting. Wherein they can boil, fry, dry, and package them properly for export them, we then go get more money if they get the right market. But then go only get the right market if they're able to get them goods then not for be perished, because those are perishable goods anyway, not to be perished from the south side and the harvest time and the storage facilities for me able to preserve and for do the right thing. But what's he also developed over the past couple of years, where I go again at Kenema, in one of the districts them in Kenema, they had an association of farmers, male, female, and the rest. So what they do, they decided now they with them cooperative bank they also become now in existence. So then when they put the rest them product together, they get 10 farmers in the plan, then farm, then harvest, then put them together, then sell. Then they loan the farmers them 2 or 3 million. So from what in they sell, when they get as their own profit, then they take back for pay them loan then they. To the association itself. What's in them they struggle with again? Now storage and some meal. And well, not to some meal, rice meal. Then for harvest the rest and packaging. So there was a system already in place for agriculture. We don't exist for like over 5 to 10 years. And remember, then an already system in place. Agriculture was not one of the flagship programs of the then APC government. So now that their structures and they be done there, even though they may facilitate some agricultural activities, then will not to be a priority, but something been there where they exist. I think this current government, if we don't come and look into those structures and see how they revamp them and expand them, make them become slightly bigger than what in them we don't already get. So agriculture not a 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, 2 years program where you put you and pay, you expect say you begin make money for satisfy the whole community. It's not possible. Like where Femi say, not to something where una go tell some of we will get small education who will know say not possible than una go tell to the people that we don't get no education where they believe and jubilate for now. As far as me concerned, agriculture is an ongoing process. The minimum time where agriculture will be a bit, not just sustainable, just a little bit sustainable is within 5 years time. It means within that 5 years there, you don't learn, you don't gain all the experience of how you manage your crop. You don't know whether you get the seeds them for even plants for make you forget a particular product. Because now two things, you get forget the seed them first for you the plants. If you not get enough seed, you need to get enough produce at the end. So if you plant 1 bag or less, you they estimate forget a minimum of 4 or 5 bag where you they do your production now where they harvest. But if you plant 5 bag less, you dey right now begin think say you go able for harvest something like a 10 or 15 bag less. But if the ration of your raw material where they take for produce this final product is not enough, that's how much product you will have at the end, and it is not going to be sustainable. So basically, you dey just do that same revolutionary system. You dey plant 1 bag, forget 2 bag. You keep 1 bag, you eat 1 bag. The same thing normally they over repeat itself. So you need to go no side.
When the music is nice,
you play it twice.
Now, gonna want to see 60 cassettes you get. Not able to 90. So we play front, you turn and back, you play front, you turn and back. That's what's happening. All right, go ahead, Femi. Yeah.
So I know a farm Yeah, you know, side them one bill that new airport.
Yeah, Mama.
So I know a farm around there. We've been the supply Marks and Spencer pineapple in the 80s.
Yeah.
Not to one pineapple at the top bottom. Tons and tons of it. So in the 80s, and even back then, they didn't have the mechanisms them where you go see we can put into a farm today. But I mean, they supply Marks and Spencer a perishable good. Imagine, say, you know, if that nip well, Marks and Spencer will never accept it. So we get the expertise. Wait it happen to we. You know, wait it happen to we. I have a friend we go into poultry farming. He don't invest so much money, they don't buy all them body are so. One day no money and then call them from the farm, then tell and say he fall sick, don't come, all the fall they don't die. But yet we go, they don't meet non die fall. You know, there's many things wrong with Sierra Leone. Our people are not honest. From the one that we the right at the top, see the one that we the work at the farm. And these are the problems. We need for sort out Sierra Leone. I don't know how. T-boy in family, T-boy came go na den tongue. If you see T-boy na almost a kadandi because me I no member say because I did watch so I just see bangatik after bangatik after bangatik.
All right.
You know, easily if that farm. So this are T-boy they talk about too. It's also like a stranger. If T-boy we know so much, yeah, go sit down, make that farm, they just produce for the 2-3 people that we did at that farm, they no more. Then that's the problem we have in Sierra Leone. Because T-boy we supposed for no better, can't even make sure say they produce that thing for make it turn into sustainable business.
Okay, we get the foot of state here. I say one contribute. Hello, sir.
Yeah, how are you?
Very well, thank you. We hear you.
Yeah, I don't listen to all what you I don't say today. But when it comes to specifically developing agriculture in Sierra Leone, agriculture as a sector, a component, not a work, if there is no well-coordinated and synchronized rural development program. In the 70s, we had a Ministry of Rural Development. We had IDA projects in every district. Agriculture was working. And when you talk about rural development, it's not about how much money you put in agriculture.
Yeah.
You therefore look at the land tenure system. Beyond Songo, you don't own land, you lease land according to the customary law. That has to be looked at in consonance with the paramount chiefs. Then they'll look at the best possible advantages for building the country going forward. Secondly, 90% of the employable population of Sierra Leone are stocked up in the towns and city idle or being criminals. How do you take them back to the rural area? You cannot force them. Provide for them the facilities and utilities for them to go back. Rural electrification, rural water supply. 1970 up to mid-1980s, every chiefdom headquarter had a pipe-borne water supply in Sierra Leone. The tanks are there to see at 91, Maput, Loco, Songo, etc. Then tank weighing aluminium all round. How did we allow ourselves to go back? It's because of ego in the intellectual class. I go always talk about. I don't see people that don't change. I don't care if people change. I don't need Sierra Leoneans. I need for work for Sierra Leone. And some of us are vexed. The intellectual class therefore stand up to the moral and ethical responsibility and unite the minds of the country. Now do things in synergy and synchronize. Rural development, the goat agriculture. Rural electrification, water supply, protection of the environment. is part of what makes agriculture boom. Sierra Leone gets so much arable land, but if the water is not there because we are deforesting the country, then nothing works. If these guys cannot rule Sierra Leone, let them call me. I'll give them all the blueprints.
So where do you think they're getting it wrong?
Not an issue of Madabi or APCSLPP. It's a whole
Usa you think say then they get them wrong? Usa you think say the people are responsible?
Everything has been got wrong in Sierra Leone because every money when they come, they make big noise about it. It has always been the case. They go make big noise about them. Then buy 2-3 motor car, then go make dance na 2-3 village. The rest then kapu, then build us up, then heal na Freetown and make the place prone to landslide. That is what has been going on since Jesus was the
How can we fix it?
We fix the minds of the intellectual class. We are as we think. When we think straight, we do things straight. When we don't think straight, we do it awkwardly all the time.
But intellectual class now then they run things.
Now then they run things, but they think selfish all the time. Me, laugh at for me. Some of we were not fit for you, and they say that man not serious. And look at the seriousness what they talk about. Some man build 15 stories, water supply not did it.
Smooth business.
Then say they stink like what? What is the seriousness about doing things wrongly? Forget about say I don't bills. I get this motor car. I get that property. Let us begin to look at sustainability. Sustainability is a collective process. It's not a one-man process. And another thing we'll forget out of we vocabulary in Sierra Leone. We lack leadership. We don't lack leadership. We lack collective thinking. The religion where they go pray to, most of them, how they call themselves Christians. The book of Genesis tells them, say, God said, let us make man. He not said, let me make man. Collectivity and for sustainability. You read the Quran, it's there. The collectivity, the dualism and pluralism in existence. Everything is interrelated. But if we keep saying, me, I, nothing will work.
My papa used for tell me say the me na Ben An. Me not me na Ben An. Just say me not it.
Yes, me not it. It's the fact. If we want to make Sierra Leone, let's forget talking about all these topics. Don't begin tell we self to go. They are not mind or they tell anybody. I'm not going to go back to Boston. I don't need nobody. Maybe now you need me.
Well, I make you say inside the Republic, how they go so we will for tell we self the truth.
That they go under, it mix up and then. Because the one they offer traitor now, they being no honest, the intellectual class. There is nobody bigger than the country. A president has advisors because he needs to be told certain things. But in Sierra Leone, we call the president father of the nation, this of that, and expect him to do all the thinking. Nobody is perfect. What do we need in Sierra Leone? We need a collective class of people comprising of researchers, people from the village. Let them sit down and discuss it. This year we want to answer how we go to do that Banabo village or Yenkena village. Instead of voice matter, let talk and listen to them, the nonsense way they talk. We will go school, no make sense out of them, we implement them. This is how China developed.
But now when Munda talk, they arrest them for them banish and come on.
When you not get PhD, you know for talk. The other get PhD, I like them, they talk rubbish. Now then they listen to that mentality is what we need to change. If people deserve what they get always because the primary existence, what they call mankind, an energy of intellect. We are as we think. If we think properly, we do things properly and get proper conditions. If we don't, then we deserve what you will get.
Right.
There's no magic about it.
Okay. Well, the foot of state as always. You got a question for her? All right.
I mean, just want to say I agree with her. You know, we get what we deserve. In Sierra Leone, we've elected bad leaders because as a people, we are bad.
Exactly, sir.
Our leaders reflect us. We need to look within.
Exactly. That's the correct thing, sir.
We will change then we go get that president or that leader we all want. Even with current presidents, he pray to God, say make God send. What he say, Juma?
Good leader.
Good leader.
With the afraid God.
We all want good leader with the afraid God. But we have to look within for make sure see because sometimes that leader they know they amongst we generation. Something that we picking them, we can picking them. So but if we look within, we're able to change we safe. So until we picking them, we they grow up, go see difference to witness they see. Then go see say 5 O's, 15 Jeep, not to the answer. You know, then go, their minds will change, their hearts will change, and we then within the position, we then will be the future leaders of Sierra Leone. They will make better decisions than
if
we
I
have
tell
than
you,
we're making now.
Femi, for those arguments which you they talk so, in Norway, even in the kindergarten, them picking them, the opinion matter. Police, they go there, fire force, they go there, and they sit down and keep company with the picking them. Then listen to them. And out of what's in the beginning, they say, that's how they create safety standards. In the schools, the children have their own council that sits at staff meetings and give their opinion about the teachers and teaching. But we in Sierra Leone, now one man got the mark because God is not a visitor.
Right.
We need for change how we think. Otherwise, nothing will change.
All right. Thank you so much, Foot of State. As always, I appreciate you. Tibo, you get any comment on the Foot of State statement or a young contribution?
I think I agree with the fact say you make mention of IDA when one of the most agricultural development projects within the eastern part of Sierra Leone. And I think it within almost all the provincial towns, I remember, because Imidebo, Kenema, not too much in Kono, but I think Imidebo, Kenema, I know of it in Kailaun, because yes, I don't visit someday in Kailaun. Because I probably work for the IDA project at some time, when that may make people move from one provincial town to the next. But like I said earlier on, agriculture is a key sector in any country's development. We get access to agriculture. I mean, most of the farmers in America, we get money. They are all agriculturists. So most of the millionaires they did in our farmers, then they do farming. And like Femi say, it's large-scale farming. And when you do large-scale farming, you get all the tractors and all the equipment needed for that. But I think the government will all import most of them tractors than they per se. But I don't know how effective they are or how much use they don't put them into. So definitely, if they're in a salon, then for them begin make good use of them. But again, salon they always choose the wrong people and for lead certain things then. Because I did talk this because me, Mr. Pamaro, what kind of you building? We don't gains. And you're not going to understand why we did all those working. We put together a project, then when Amigo help for put the PowerPoints together, he go write this letter, he go write this project. He sits and writes projects every single day at his age, retired age. But he was not just doing it because he wanted to still play some kind of role in terms of agriculture. You know the possibilities of how things can be done possible because it's sabi the dynamics and the geographical dynamics of Sierra Leone. So you know exactly what will benefit what in each and every country or each and every town within a salon. But like I always say, there's always some kind of hurdle where you're not able for jump because, not to say you're not able to jump more, but they make sure so you know jump on.
Because before they see Mr. Palmer as an asset and somebody who help to push, then they see him as a competitor, one. Then they go taking your idea now, mix up and box up, talk rubbish, and then not continue for doing that.
Seriously. So basically, you get the wrong people the way they manage the wrong sectors them in Sierra Leone, because most of them don't know what they're doing. They're just being put into those positions. So like we intellectual capacity in a salon, they deliver the wrong product. They deliver the wrong thing. Because if you get somebody where you feel to say gets education per se, and then enable for do a simple management project, enable for manage a simple project where sometimes not even consist of 10 participants, how can you manage a project where they deal with 50s and hundreds of people?
If your intention is not right, you'll always get it wrong, Mr. Man. Because that intention, because if you get good intention, but I didn't know how you not get, you seek the people with the knowledge, the experience, and the expertise for help you succeed. But if your intention is wrong, you always push the people with the knowledge, the experience, and the expertise, and you surround yourself with a bunch of mediocres where you just tell jump, then tell you say how high, then when I continue for sink, and then when people talk, you become defensive, you vex, and then see those people as people that were not patriotic, and that is what we have in Sierra Leone today.
Basically, there is no sector in Sierra Leone where we're able to change anything because it's not possible. So let's now look at how we did round up in agriculture.
Yeah.
As don't make mention the
agriculture and the bread and butter issue. Because the
bread and butter issue in terms of agriculture is key.
Yeah, yes.
It's key because if we look at the now fish, how much for fish? Imagine I know somebody who don't begin buy fish right now for storm. You know what they do? Approaching November, December, fish not going in a salon again because they go say fish don't there. One chunk quota will cost you maybe like 300,000. So you know begin buy fish right now.
No make let go begin people they also say when I get fish they keep like pullable. Like when they say that people like keep money on the bed, they make money short in a bank.
No, you get for protect your interest because if you feel to say fish there for deer and you know for your own consumption, not for sale, that's different. That's totally different.
They'll put lodges not say nobody not allow for get more than 2 junk fish nine host nine fridge.
Price control, no come back to Ramjuma because I meet somebody 3 weeks ago. Yes, 3 weeks ago. Where they do shipments from salon with food stuff. Juma, people are wicked. I swear to God, Juma, people are wicked. That lady, he showed me the text message of how much they pay for tax for, I think it was about 20 kilo worth of products, I think 20 something kilowatt of product, 40 kilowatt of products. 25 million yuans.
Huh?
Trust me. 25.
No. Wait. Wait see this person in the ship. Now for go sell or now for eat?
For sell. Imagine.
In the ship and to Sierra Leone or from Sierra Leone?
In ship and from Sierra Leone to the UK. 25 million leones.
So then we say for let people export, let people this, we get the money, put them back. So if you don't pay $2,500 in just taxes, right?
Yes.
Carry on.
So the woman he say, where you see we can't sell them 10 years so for this amount of price, something they will loss. But we do no more because we don't want to let people and go. They're able to forget their own indigenous food the way they come around the country. And guess what? Where you the freight from here? Imagine from London to Salon. If you put 1,500 pound package together for freight, now like a 4 suitcase or 5 suitcase of 20-something kilo each, 23 kilo each. Now we just the ship of freight 1 grain suitcase, 25 million plus. Come on. How unawa for like people export and import?
Price control.
So when you look at that, the price not there for be stable at all. Like the Minister of Trade said a couple of months ago, anybody will buying goods now they fix in price because now you know what you don't pay for in goods. How can you say that?
But even Blacker self talk that. Blacker, you know Blacker.
How can you say that? Because totally you don't tell me say I can fix my own price regardless whether there is a pricing structure.
Yeah, but that can be the case, but people can still fix lower price if you know they kill this kind of tax and all the other unnecessary charges their way.
The tax is
unreasonable.
Extremely high. So if let's don't go to 450,000 leons a bag.
No, you don't reduce them 475 and 495,000.
Okay. If let's don't go almost 500,000 leons for one bag. I don't know where we're heading to. Let's go to the next topic.
Well, before we go, I see Femi want to say something.
Femi, I don't well.
He passed at some point safe. So, a couple of years ago, I was in town. You know, we work on a beach. You know, Godrich, facing Godrich Beach in Funkia, also. We work on a Funkia, and you know, this woman came with Barracuda. You know, and I was like, wow, you know, low buy fresh Barracuda. I don't remember almost he charged me, but where he charged me, me say freed. And me say me na JC. Now I say, hey, madam, I say no look me so not so because you know you go can't charge me. He tell me say na the price and me brother. I sure say yes, it go to escalate a little bit for me, but still, it is ridiculous how this official when we get in abundance now we natural na free tongue is literally water they all I'm not gonna say round because it's not of ground free tongue, but it they on all the one coast of free tongue we get water, we get fisherman them. You see, I'm not gonna side we scarce in fish. I go funkia we known for fish. We been small, we get boats we been did it. Every weekend, then the car, you know, then they can give we plenty fish them because that now we own, you know, now been there way for say thank you for we daddy they allow them for use the boat because the boat wasn't not buying for we buying for them. So we then the fish then can just bring come. So I remember all then this and the so that day when I do work on a funky I they see the fish them boko so. And they're asking for the kind on hundreds of thousands of leons, Juma, for that fish day. I was like, really and truly, as when I say earlier on, almost posting the milk, almost salary it gets, where you go don't buy. Forget one bag race, because I think Tibo just almost also send buy one bag race on Africa. It's not possible. So man, they ship that one bag race to be 2 or 3 households. Because they can't afford for pool that almost you say Juma 470,000.
Yeah, between almost 500,000 it's clocking now. So
that's more than somebody's monthly wage, you know. You know buy tomato seed. You know buy salt, you know buy pepper. You know buy fish.
You know ask how the person they get the rest in us.
Exactly.
So even if when I would it
you know buy bread for getting the energy for go the market say for go buy the rest.
Right.
So there's many problems. But again, yes, it's a price control. Somebody supposed for the worker at the shop them, the markets them, and the check on you know why prices are so high. But there's reasons why prices are high. Because when you sick, when you go hospital, doctor they go ask you for pay before they see you. And the money then they count, you not get them. So the only way for get them, you get for pass them on to the customer. Where you picking go school, where you are learn, teacher say you get for bring this and that day. If not, if you mama na future woman, the mommy get for put that money there in customers them. It happens in this side of the world. If price goes up here, now we the customer then they struggle. Right now where fuel shortage been there, the price of fuel go up now London, now England. Not so? Then they talk now say we forget problem with heating. You know, gas. Now we get for pay. We the customer, now we the bear the thing. So it happens everywhere. So really and truly, Sierra Leone needs to have the right people them will check on what's happening, but also governments get for look at the economy and provide for the mass system. And then sometimes they have thief, they useless thief them way literally people then can thief you products which cost thousands and thousands of dollars, go sell them for 2 pence because they want to make ends meet.
Yeah, you're right, Femi. But the sad thing, the decision makers most of the time, because they're not get for buyers, now give them free, so they don't know what it's like, sadly. They're not they buy top up, they're not they buy petrol, all of those things, so they don't know what it's like. Wait traffic there, then they blow siren before them or then cut traffic. Nobody know they hold them, so they don't even know what it's like for the 2 hours now traffic. So if you talk, say, let them go check, it has nothing to do with the business people, because the business people, if exchange rate every day, the dollar they go up and a dollar again for buyback, for go buy back it again, definitely then get for bump them price up. If it come now attack it today in container, like how T-Boy say just now, the person don't go ship out of the country, then charge and 25 million, then the next year we go for go ship and sell and say 30 million. You get for factor that into the cost as well. So is the person weigh the imports to the country. If you paid tax yesterday, 30 million, then today we can then say 40 million. You get for raising rest price up because you get for factor everything else we related for able for make small profit and go buy back. Let me tell you, the people at them market to man the way they sell rest na market. Them profits now, some of them not even make up to 20,000 leons profit, huh? That's why they sell the bags. The empty bags, now make them not they give them away. So they sell that bag and all that. Wait to make them they sell them thing and they, because some of them, when they sell the rest, you will come buy other things then. So now that kind of way they able for keep their livelihood going. So they don't make much profit. So if you think say the market woman where they sell one cup rest 2,000, sometimes about 180 cups now inside the bag or something like that, they don't make much. Yeah, go ahead, Femi.
Juma, if you don't ever sell yours by cup.
Well, I don't there around people where they sell. I don't tell you say me born at the business.
You don't know how many companies I want bags.
Yeah, we used to sell by bags. People and they can't buy two. We market two man. Well, then they can't take. Go sell, can't pay and can't take back. So yeah, go ahead, Femi.
As Daddy Saj say, the sorriest parts. The sorriest part for this one old thing. The fact say a lot of our leaders come from this side of the world.
Yeah. Or don't spend most time, most of them, half of their life.
So you don't come, you don't see. As I say earlier on, when I turn and switch me lights on, lights come on, I open me pump lights. Juma, you say they don't care because they affect them. But guess what? They're not been born inside politics. Not so they're all born inside politics, not so they're all born inside money. So they know. So they know they kind of side of the world, they don't see the eye door open. But then they return to Sierra Leone and they forget. They forget. And the dandy 90 money.
I not say that no, they don't care because they affect them. Because watch them, Femi, yesterday, when they were campaigning, they were able to tell you all the wrongs and all the ills of the things that were not go right. Because I remember in 2014, there's a letter where President Bio writes to President Kroma. He points everything where they affect the people in terms of livelihood, people not able to produce this, they're not able to produce that. It highlights all the problems. We watch them now the stage where they do the presidential debates, okay? Although in a police station, maybe they watch the thing. Then you hear them, they tell you, say, this is what I will do. Our president said, I will change this country. Sierra Leone, a cup of rice, where we left it at 60,000 leons, and today in 2018, a bag of rice is 270,000. That was over a 10-year period, okay? But now, in less than 4 years, it don't the price don't somersault. It don't claim leather, it don't go up, it don't come, you know, it just go up no more. Now space they reach so small. So continue for me. I just want to say, not like they don't know, but they just don't care because they are not paying for it. Go.
And I agree. Say they don't care because they know it's you know, again, I get a lot of criticism when I say will and truly we need for try forget the diaspora then for vote in that election. I can say that because we know, we have seen, our eyes are open. Not to say they cried on the Sierra Leoneans away day in town. I'm not saying anything bad about them, but it's hard to understand something where you know don't see her with your own eye. You know, when I wake in the morning, if I not get motoka, I go na bus stop, I they get bus where they came me go na me workplace, or I get train where they came me go na me workplace. I not get for go begin pay 5 term for commot Wilkinson Road for reach Shaka 7 Street. You can't get one taxi where they can go from one end of the country to the other. You get for Kandong, or if you get for pay the taxi driver 4-5 term. You know, there's so many things that are wrong in Sierra Leone, but again, nobody wants us to talk about it. Or you talk then say, you're not enemy of progress. You know, they see the good way they happen in our salon. Really and truly, we love our country. We go back there because we love our country, but we're not happy for what's happening in our salon. We're not happy at all. We're wounded. We're crying. I don't even know how to describe it. Our country should not be in the state where it is. We understand that we've had a war, but guess what? Rwanda had a war. We need for try for move on from Dandy and do the right things then so we're able to move on. But we know they do Dandy. Our leaders are coming, then they pockets the money they within day. Look how much money they spent after the war with them for build the country. The previous SLPP government, really and truly, they had the opportunity to fix Sierra Leone. I am so upset with them because they had that opportunity. The world were giving Sierra Leone monies, not a money, boku, plenty money them for fix certain things them. Nothing got done. You know, really and truly, we get for begin tell we be going into. We get for stop for begin for the left for the dance behind the like say they're not demigods. Let's tell them the truth. They owe us. You know, now we they pay them salary. Maybe not me per se, but the taxpayers in Sierra Leone. But actually me, because, you know, through Bokutin they were involved with Sierra Leone, I pay taxes. As I say, make them give you the chance for vote. Let's vote the right people in for fix we country. Because I believe there are good Sierra Leoneans out there. But guess what? They're being overshadowed by the loud one them. The loud one them will not mean nothing for Sierra Leone. And unfortunately, our people can't see through them. That's the problem. We need for begin see through them, begin see say they are so Aboku talk no more. You know, our current president, when he lost the last election, he left the country. Not so? Mm-hmm. He came here, then when election come back, he go back to our salon. And before that, he don't stay 20 years or so out of the country. He doesn't understand what it means to be in country. He don't understand, and yet we go and we vote for this man say he go can bring change. But he doesn't understand. He's lived his life in the diaspora, like me. But at least me, I go every year. And not to politics, he can me go. You know, we need to really wise up and fix up our country ourselves. Let not wait for the leader. So let us fix the country and let us force the leader them for to the group.
Right. Well, like when you talk no more, if Yusuf Jallo not been going to talk, you're not going to say launch your midway plans by 5,000 loans, don't go to 22,000. So T-Boy, how we get for make this sausage grow soup now we launch your meat, don't begin go 22,000. So that is the price they can go up. You're absolutely right, Femi, that we lost an opportunity. After the war, we had so much resources and so much attention when I've been in the construction phase. All this problem, they say, hey, all man don't consider na Freetown. People never wanted to stay in Freetown. People wanted to go back. But during the war and after the war, there was nothing to go back to. But government gets the money for reconstruct and resettle people then back. All waiting and do, then so they train people carpentry, tailoring, hairdressing. Then we end up beginning make small buffer them. No attention was paid to the things we're talking about, rural development, agriculture, and things like that for make let people then go back now the natural space them. La go to Femi to Tiboy respond on this. Then Tiboy Femi already don't prompt the last part of the conversation we get for the diaspora with the mass deportation from Germany where they can go, and then we'll close the program. Over to you, Tiboy.
I think I agree that diaspora can effect change in Sierra Leone. Totally agree 110%. But guess what? We have tried different forms of diaspora. The APC government tried the American diaspora. The STPP government are now doing it with the UK diaspora. But nothing has changed. Because the diaspora, then we would say, don't learn, foresee. The president they will get right now, don't see the consequences of how you go suffer in London, because instead of doing a boss, you don't sit on a boss, you don't sit on a train, you don't see the challenges then for grabbing the money for go work and all that stuff then they, but they still haven't fixed it.
Because they don't have the interest, Tiboy.
No, yes, I agree. But then same diaspora they also, that then back again, they make all the noise before the election campaign and everything, and then when they're going to salon and go to different.
I agree with you.
I have a very serious question. Are we talking about diaspora for votes, where we still get diaspora right now, where they say this government will do extremely well?
Yeah, can you imagine?
And not just in numbers, in
exactly. So that's these are the conversations we'll forget, because it doesn't mean that when you did at the diaspora, you are clued up or get the country at heart, or you go vote for the right reason.
Thank you. Even with the diaspora, I get question mark for it, because not only all they see the same things the same way. Some the diaspora are highly, and I would say majority of the diaspora are highly politically motivated, either they're for APC or for SLP.
And we get voice, because nobody in the campaign, we so able for talk loud, make political opinion known, and we are the first ones to tell the people in Sierra Leone that on idle they idle, una go find work for do, now because una idle make una not eat, but forgetting for protect, una all they depend on government. One anything that they depend on government, go work, go find work, go do the same diaspora people. Carry on.
So I constantly they think, say, which diaspora will they make reference to? Diaspora for change in terms of getting the right diaspora to implement the right thing there, or the same diaspora they might go so right now, as I said the last time, this current government gets 70% of diaspora influence directly from the UK. And we sabi them all one by one. And we know their lifestyles in the UK one by one. Their lifestyles are not the same anymore. We know some diaspora they don't denounce them British citizenship or indefinite leave to remain in the UK, because they no one get nothing for do with UK anymore. Then go tell you say, I also have been there. Now salon are they. So we got to begin think of who that they will make reference to, who they say diaspora gets right for do this, diaspora can change salon, diaspora can influence certain things. Then yes, we can. But are we talking about the right mind frame of diaspora?
All right, Femi, we bought to
diaspora. Or we're talking about the diaspora where they think just for themselves. Because you and I know within the Sierra Leone media team say we sabi all the handful of diaspora we don't go to salon right now, we're not directly from the UK. Juma go sabi all the one that we don't go doing the APC governments from America. We see them all.
No, I sabi the other go right now from UK, the last America, England, all.
Yeah. So now my question Andy, in regards to the diaspora can have the right to vote, but yes, is that mean it means say they will make the same changes than what would they hope for, or it might be a different change again for just their own interests as well?
All right, Femi, one answer. Over to you, Femi.
So yeah, so T-Boy, you're right, but I said it before. I don't know if you may listen. I say, you know, this particular government here, so we sabi them. Then come off on this side of the world, and they don't go let you down because they ought to know better. So I totally hear you. But guess what? You know when you get inbreeding in a family. Now just use that analogy there. So you know, brother and sister, they meet, them born picking. They meet.
Abomination.
Yes, but it happens on Saturday night the wall.
Yeah.
What happens? What happens biologically? Them picking and they they go weaker. Then picking in generations, they go weaker because guess what? They not get new blood with the car in. So the same hereditary diseases them, then they can affect them. They wither their offsprings them. From time to time, you need new blood. We keep electing them people also because of the certain number of Sierra Leoneans with the vote. There's possibly over 1 million Sierra Leoneans with the out of Sierra Leone. I am saying we need to give that million population there a vote in the election. Make we able for at least influence certain things. I'm not saying that we will get it right, because yes, there's a lot of us will lean one side or the other. But at least with more numbers, we'll possibly get a better understanding of what's needed and a better result. It might change just maybe 5%. So maybe that 5% swing day might be enough. Forget a third force, you know, talking, you know, making up be say, nah, the two twin they no more. Now then voice no more. The widow and they for 5 years, 10 years. The other anchor for 5 years, 10 years. The other anchor for 5 years, 10 years. And then now like batteries. You know,
but we never get third force now salon.
Yes, but now we never get on how they say. So sometimes if we bring in fresh ideas, fresh people, them thinking differently, we might have something. I'm not saying it's all set and done.
Because even when they pose as third force, they're part of the twin.
Thank you. But what I'm saying, Juma, is let's try forget more people them in the selection of the leaders them of the country. As I said before, our government is the most important thing when it comes to development, because we not get a private sector in Sierra Leone. We don't have one at all.
Yeah.
So we need for lean on the government for able for provide for we people them. You know, then so they talk about yes, but guess what? We're here. If we're talking, it's because we care. It's because we care. Me not get no allegiance to any of the two parties there. Now because we care, we feel them for Sierra Leone. But the people that they go represent with T-Boy say are the wrong people. Why? Because we're choosing the wrong people. Yeah? There's a bunch of diasporans that we are the wrong people them. But there's another bunch of diasporans that we are good, God-fearing people them. We go get mind for do certain things them. I can name you Boku. I know say if that day I go eat bread for, I'm not saying say I go eat bread for and say no go change. There's some way you go suck so we go let you down where they get there. But there's some, you know, if we left for they pick the people where they make noise no more. Because that's the problem. We always pick the ones that will get the loudest voice.
Me, I need to eat bread for no.
And the one that will get the loudest voice are usually
mistake with the chuk that you back.
See, but the one that will get the loudest voice, they always, you know, don't mean well.
No, that's true.
So
that's
we
true.
don't need for the to look at the one, and we need for go dig deep and find the right people them with for lead we country. They're in Sierra Leone, and there's those that are out of Sierra Leone.
Do we need to have an entry level into politics?
No.
So what sort of?
Well, I don't know what you mean when you say entry level into politics, because politics participation is supposed to be your right, you know.
Yes, it is your right per se. Yes, I agree. But again, there is no criteria for any kind of entry level in Sierra Leone. The entry level in Salon to everything is zero. There is no standard. And then they say politicians forget certain criteria per se.
But no, there are standards. The constitution provides for, but now the problem there, now that constitution there, now they will get for change certain things them. It's not the entry level now the problem. The problem is holding people to account when they don't get into office. People know they corrupt before they go into office, or they know they wreck the system before they go into office, because there are other laws where go hold them responsible as citizens if you do something wrong. Okay?
Laws. So you don't talk the word now. Laws.
Yeah.
Our judiciary.
Yeah, so there are laws. Now, I'm just one time for just explain to Tibo what I mean by there are entry levels, because they just grab you go. You get certain criteria where you don't fulfill. But when people get into office, that is where the problem is. For me, that immunity clause where the president gets, now we suppose for pull force. When you pull the immunity clause on the president, for say, in your seat not safe. Is it on a razor blade or pepper stone? Remember that singer? Central One. XYZ sit on a pepper stone, you don't wear up. Yes. So when for say you sit on a pepper stone, you don't have immunity clause that the laws, if you do something wrong, you thief, you do anything, the law they catch you when you're there as president. Then you're able to watch over everybody else, because for say the director of public prosecution can able to prosecute you even as a sitting president. Then you're able to hold everybody else responsible.
So the fight, all over the fight in our salon boil down to one thing. Why can't we fight for that?
Which is
changing the constitution of Sierra Leone.
Well, because we come back to the same thing. The intellectual class where Boy Jalo Jamboya they talk about, and the people that we get access in don't care about changing it, because once they get in,
no. But that should be our protest. Change the constitution of Sierra Leone for make them easy for anybody come and govern and rule appropriately. Right. I think that should be we fight.
Right.
Because if we fight,
it wants a lot of educating people for let them understand.
You don't need education for change the constitution.
No, it's I mean education, not for land school, for tell people the benefit, just like how they talk about the diaspora involvement here, is engaging people, letting people know that if we do this, we have greater benefit than where this day. It go make we all develop together. It go push the country go before.
So that's the kind of I feel say primarily all what you defend for so boil down to that Wangen documents the way they always quote on when at the constitution of Sierra Leone. Can Sierra Leoneans come together and act and let them change the constitution of Sierra Leone for make them laudable so that you be able for get everybody for be able to abide to them and not gets nobody when a scapegoat because of you there in power of authority or something?
Let me talk first, then I'll come in.
T-boy.
Yeah.
When you not getting for it. When you not getting for it, my brother, you know what's in constitution be? You don't care. You go fend them. And that's why I keep saying that they're keeping us uneducated. Me and you go able for talk. Because bad tea, if you not get work on this side of the world, governments could provide, not so?
Yeah.
Where you then at tongue, you not getting for it. Really and truly, you not get shelter for you picking them. You remember constitution? No. So then you do it deliberately, because if they give people them the opportunity for able for begin think,
they are the open.
Thank you, and they will vote them out. That's the problem. If you can't change the constitution. You can't even ask for change the constitution because you don't get that time day. By the time you don't go wiggle, we cannot net you don't time for sleep. So until you begin and say now then go fight for the constitution. And that's actually true. That's why we have so many activists, them in Sierra Leone, but they're from the youths. The youths are the ones where they fight we case that on. Because the mama and papa they not get the energy. After they don't come go for go fenam, for educate and picking them, for put it on a table, They don't get the energy for go begin tell government say, we need to look at our constitution. But you're right. I think our boy talked earlier on, but the land tenure system.
Mm-hmm.
How wrong is that in this day and age? I can't, as a Creole man, I can't go buy land upline. I can't go buy land upline. That means to say if I get millions and millions, if I win lottery, then I win $100 million or pounds. I can't invest it in Sierra Leone because I'm at the chief's discretion. So if I go put me $50 million down, go buy land, say I want do some serious business day, and me and chief get small confusion, it take me land, and not get no God for call.
Okay, so we get one hope for change the constitution.
See, those are the problems. So if we don't change the constitution,
we get one hope. As when Femi win the lottery, we they buy the presidency because Femi already not get intention for go thief. Within that period, they will change the constitution, then Femi come on power. You don't see easy peasy. Femi can sit down back, he can enjoy money. The reason I said it because that's what they understand. And money people they understand that the country, sadly enough. But then you have to forget people with good intentions for able to do this thing. Because like you say, they use poverty as a tool for oppressed people. So deliberately make the people poor, deliberately make them suffer. So you redirect them thinking on what they're supposed to think about, let them focus on and tumult.
Juma, let me tell you why it's not impossible. Brexit.
No, it's not impossible. I agree with you.
Because let's take Brexit, for example. Some certain members of the Conservative government don't fight for UK come out of the European Union for more than 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Farage is one.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing he wanted in his entire career before he died. Now, for make sure, say, it's sit down at the European Parliament and say UK is never part of this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't win seat in the European Parliament, but he never wins seat in backyard.
Right.
So that just imagine a politician being very, very stubborn and thinking in his own way. The only thing I want for achieve in life now for campaign against England for come out of the European Union because it means nothing to them. He don't care about the consequences of what happens. He doesn't want to know anything. All he concerns about that for campaign throughout in life for make sure say UK come out under the European Union. That ends his political career.
Mm-hmm.
Simple, it's finished. So as a Sierra Leonean, and we know for say the primary source of all the problem against us alone, now the constitution, why can't we fight for that constitution to be reviewed and changed and make the documents we go for govern Sierra Leoneans and every Sierra Leonean will benefit?
But you know why Farage
it might take longer, but if we galvanize in numbers and we form a petition and we stick on that petition and we push them for 1 year, we push them for 2 years, another government there where they use them as a bargaining chip, just like how David Cameron used them as a bargaining chip for win election.
Right. So
basically, they've been doing this for the past 30 years and nobody think wisely until some stupid individual politician think about himself only as David Cameron and accept for use it as a bargaining chip. If you give me the next election, I will give you Brexit. I will give you something that you will make a decision of a referendum for Lekuna votes whether or not for the inside the European Union or not. He did it for his own selfish reason. Not because of he want for actually bring the referendum to the people of UK, but he believes say after winning the election, what else does he want? Nothing. He don't serve in 2 terms as far as he's concerned. He don't do what he need for do as a prime minister inside UK. Done. So all I got fed for now Brexit now, whether it works for now or not, that's not a problem. So as far as I'm concerned, we might think it is not possible now, But if we put serious pressure on the constitution to be reviewed and be a document that will serve the interest of Sierra Leoneans, you might never know whose government go can say, well, okay, we use them as a bargain chip. If we now make we win the next election, we will definitely change the constitution and review and properly we will benefit all Sierra Leoneans. And then if they fail to do that now, then something else will happen. Over to you, Femi. I see the reason.
Yeah, so quick question again. Juma, waiting are we, or T-Boy, waiting are the population of people that we actually vote in the last election?
I think it was 55%.
No, it's about percentage. Almost people vote.
Let's see, about 4 million or so. Let's give something. Between 3 point something to 4 million people.
So let's say half of our population voted. Yeah. So you see, T-Boy, if then half of the population they vote, we can never change the constitution. Waiting we need for do. I don't think say voting is the answer. Yes, pressure, forming pressure groups is a way forward, but I think say something we get for lobby so we people them at this side of the world. Why they talk about India, they talk about the Whitman them. I they talk about all these countries that where they influence we elections them, where they influence the governments them, where they all about Africa. Let we lobby, let we write to we MPs them, let we tell them about how dissatisfied we are with our leaders and this and that. Let we lobby, let's make noises like a so for me people then the Whitman them yeri we cry. Make them not think say everything is good in Sierra Leone. Let we make enough noise so that then people also go say, okay, so we not be no say this land issue still in a saloon. We left from 1960s until we will go now independence. Stay now na they pan this same talk here. So sometimes they will be able to put the pressure on the governments them for act. But if we left and give say we 3 point something million people and get for votes on that day, man, you're gonna have the uneducated Sierra Leoneans with the votes, and they don't understand.
Because even if you do election, you're not even sure. Like what T-Boy asked earlier, that whether at the diaspora they
we
justify
don't know exactly. We asked a lady in Sierra Leone, the National Stadium, on our 50th anniversary, say waiting at independence is saying a Papa Anes in Bati. You understand? Our people don't really know. They don't understand. They follow the trend. They follow the trend. If they see people and at least they dance, they will go and dance. You know, then go tell them say, "Una vote this way, we'll go give una 1 bag rice," and they will vote. Not even 1 bag rice, 10,000 and 1 polo. You know, and they will vote that way because they don't understand what it is that they're voting for. So as I say, really and truly, and that's majority of our people. You know, like it or not, majority of our people aren't as educated as, you know, some of you guys are here. So I don't know it's now we education thing, but
well,
it's
no, go by say enlightened because you get people that will get.
Well, I say education. I'm not talking about master's degrees. I'm talking about understanding right from wrong, understanding what you they vote for.
Right.
Yeah, because that 10,000 with that 1 polo, yes, you go put it now you table for 1 day, but then tomorrow back you get for angry. So I rather I starve today and I know say tomorrow me picking them again, picking them belful. That's how we need to change our people's mentality. Let me say sometimes we get for try for pressure this side of the world because we already say then they get good reports card from the West.
Well, that's the thing that bugs me.
Yeah,
and
so
you know the timing,
because we know they do with homework.
No. It's not true, Femi.
It is true, Juma. We know they do with work. There's a bunch of Sierra Leoneans on this side of the world where they say, as T-Boy say, the present government are doing good. Fine. They link this sometimes through family ties or whatever. We understand that. But there's a lot of us we know say right now things aren't as they're supposed to be. The thing that way SLPP government promise we not to then they deliver. Even them bread and butter thing that way then talk about they never deliver them. The hands of our girls is just a mess. Education system don't even go under. There's nothing that they've promised us that they've done. So let's begin tell the world say this is what the reality is in Sierra Leone. Let's not left and give the Tutski people away the Allah. Like the Adebayos and the likes. Let we all collectively begin Allah and make noise and say this is not what we want from our people. In this day and age, we will not get flush toilets, we will not get water, we will dig well. You know, South Carolina, this is 2021.
Femi, I disagree with you, say, that because they make noise. These people are aware of each and everything, and they even know more than sometimes me and you know. You know why? Because
the one day way, if I they say, make we go tell them, say they dig well, and then they go the money for go dig the well.
Thank you, Dana one. Secondly, look at the pattern here, okay? For every term where the citizens of the country talk about something, okay? The next moment, you see one of the superpowers then gets meeting with the president on that same issue there and go and support. Do you know how that affects people them psychologically, psychological impact on that? Let me tell you recently, there's the incident in Kabbalah, the voting, where they don't already get an election. There is evidence to show that the electoral representative, the representative day, changed the figure from 49 to 149 on behalf of the candidates where they for the ruling government. What happened the next moment? We saw a meeting with the European Union person and the NEC boss telling us on Twitter that we are supporting election. Do you know what they mean? Boycott these people and tell them, say, we're not going to be giving you money to help you suppress your people. That's what they understand, because it's not like they don't know. They know everything. Carry on, sir.
And that's the point I'm making, Juma. So the pressure why they say we meet them people also and make them understand also where they come from. Yeah, they don't understand that. So when they go sit down with the president, of course they're going to all laugh and shake hands and this and that and support what then they do, because they don't understand what they talk about. They don't hear it. Yes, when they talk, say they know. They don't know. They don't know. Yes, and then they give it. Now then they give you money for dig well. We know that, but they don't understand. Yeah, they don't understand we plight. They still see we like that popper where then they put the hand in their pocket and give you chicken change.
Because that's what we are. That's
yes,
what we
and,
show
that's
them.
What, and that's what we are. But what I'm saying is not what we all get for time. So let's change. Let's go and tell them, say, we don't want on a donation no more. Your countries are getting full by people then jumping on boats, crossing over boundaries to get on our country. Because guess what? Because we not get infrastructure back in our countries. On every will build, we continue, we get we country in the right place. Then we go left for the can on our country there, can full up on our country there with black man them. We need to start making Juma. We need to start making it. We're too nice. We're very nice people. Let me tell
you, so you know what?
Hold on, Juma. Let me finish. Right. Let me finish. When we reach now certain positions, we're comfortable, we're calm. You know, we don't reach now the big man in table. We dine with the big man. Yeah. So we can't make no more noise, because if we rock the boat, something that it's what we eat. So we're part of the problem. If we can't tell the big man, say, wait till they do, the people that they encourage, that they end up mess up with country, if we never tell them now and then we're part of the problem. The same diaspora answer where you talk and people they talk, but so we're becoming them because we're silent.
We are not silent.
Let's stop being silent.
I'm telling you, Femi.
Let's as a nation, as a diaspora nation, we're very silent. We're not as what's the right word? We're not as demanding as we should be. I'm not saying we should be talking violence or anything, but we should be asking for certain things to happen. And before they tell the people that they support we leader and say, sorry, why are you supporting these guys? You tell me what salon they do for the UK we make on the back salon in this condition. I got on and say nothing can we country on a left we. If we're not able to help, but that half money when they said, no, they do anything for we, because we get terrible leaders them. The money then they take and they put on their pockets them. Then the small change then go splash around, but the majority of the money they put on their pockets them, put on at the banks and at the Western world, and our people never benefit. Let's make noise. Let we tell we MPs them, be it in America, be it in Canada, be it in the UK. Let we tell we MPs them say, these people are the wrong people in Sierra Leone. Don't make that noise there. They tell you this, they don't know. Because 1, 2, or 3 of we they talk that day. But if collectively we begin talk, so people will listen.
Femi, I agree with what you say, and I agree say we get for talk more, we get for raise with voices there more. But to tell you for anybody will tell you say they don't know what is happening in Sierra Leone, tell them say they're not lie and they lie. They know each and everything, they are aware and they know the dangers of it. These people get intel every day. Okay? Your NGO people that you see out there knows things firsthand. Do you know what their role is? Not just to provide support. These people provide information, valuable information in real time. Sometimes they know of the danger before it happens. I don't work in the NGO sector. I've been lucky to be, I don't think outside, I don't think at closed rooms when discussions that they happen on so many occasions on things. So if you tell me that they don't know, I'm telling you, you're wrong. But agreeing, say we get for talk more, yes, we get for talk more. But if we say they wait for other person for can solve the problem, we are mistaken because they don't care about us. It is what is in it for them. Let me tell you one story because you mentioned the migrant story example. Few years back, we did a documentary. I think Tiba will possibly know. Me, Karim, and a couple more people, you know, Babylon Illusion, for talk about this same migration business. So we went to the foreign office, now UK day, for let them fund the distribution of it. They agreed to fund it. It was about £150,000. But when they looked at the document, you know what they said? They said it portrayed UK in a negative way. So we have to re-edit it for let it look like for say all the opportunities within a UK, education, this, that. Because we went to try for sure. We wanted people to see the other side of migration where they know they see. That way you not get paper, the things, the ordeals that we get for go through. So you are better off spending that money at home. But they refused to fund it because, you know, portray UK, say UK get the best education system where you can get more opportunities. And this I'm not making it up because we had a meeting, myself, Karim, and a few other people, now the foreign office. So if you're trying to solve a problem, but then get something else where they want, they all have their agendas, they don't have their countries at heart. So now we mess ourselves up because who that sponsor President Bill for go UK for 5 minutes conference? When they know saying country not get money, it gets a begging bowl, wait for sit down and do the conference virtually. But then sponsor up and everybody else will go to the conference. You want to tell me they don't know that Sierra Leone is struggling financially? Over to you, T-Boy.
I 110% agree with Femi. But also I disagree with him. Now you see these people don't know. I want to take a look at the background history of the current High Commissioner to Sierra Leone from the UK, Madam Lisa Obi. We'll just do a quick background check on her profile. And you look at exactly the type of woman she is. We make the British government choose for Senango Salon. Then you go know exactly what's in it they go represent the UK for. Because not much has been said about her. Nobody knows about her. Nobody has dug her history for know exactly whether the campus it may be, what's in her background, what's his study. We just see them people as somebody can. We don't even know nothing about them. But just take your time, and if you watch this program, look at the background history of Lisa Chesney, and then you will know exactly why she was sent to Sierra Leone. So these people are not just sending high commissioners to different countries in Africa because they choose to. They have been specifically selected for their purpose.
Yeah.
And for that purpose is for their own interest.
When they wanted power change, we see the person where they send, because that person, they get history, every side where he go, you know, during transition, power change, where he do what he get for, he come on it, job done, then pull and come on at the scene. We also the impact of it.
So we got to look at some of the things that we feel say we can take for granted. But I totally agree with Femi. Yes, the diaspora didn't make enough noise in terms of raising awareness of what's in the happen in our country for the people that really give money. Me, personally, I think the West have a lot of influence in the destruction of how Africa is today. Because when they give them money, they know exactly where the money they go, but then they continuously give them money because the money comes back to them. So they don't really care. Then go spend billions of leons na salon. They know for say if they spend $1 billion or £1 billion, 90% of that money they come back to the banks of the United Kingdom. So why would they worry? It's like I'm giving you and you're bringing it back to me indirectly. I don't even need to ask you for it. So look at, because me, I feel saying that in the West, the lives of civilians or Africans per se. And that not just they happen in Africa. Look at all the countries that we get NGOs that we actively involved in any kind of development thing where they happen. Things just they go back to worst. They don't in Afghanistan for the past 30 years. Afghanistan is still an unstable state. What has changed? Nothing. So basically, for as long as you remain for be a donor state, you go ever remain for be a donor state. That's the way they accept for stop for taking donors. You might now see the reality of what you want, how you they judge them, and how you they make a decision. Ghana don't step into that category this slightly. Then now they call them shots and tell people then whether they want the money for any kind of development they want for the country or not. Because they too can produce, they can do whatever they want to do in their country, and then get the infrastructure for make sure say it happen. So look, we begin to look at them things, and look, we begin to realize, say, well, okay, when you start to develop yourself, you'll have control of your vicinity, of your surroundings. Nobody they can say, you say, will they give you $50 million for this year, but one for make you meet up to X and Y and Z criteria. No. China is buying the whole of West Africa because they want to be strategically placed next to the nearest stuff them or the nearest thing they really need for do within the sub-region. So they're not doing it because they love us. So I totally agree with Femi. We need to come out and tell them people they also say, yes, your money is going to Sierra Leone, but it is of no good to the citizens of Sierra Leone. So you either review the money that you're sending to Sierra Leone, or you don't give it to us at all because it's not a benefit in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. But that will not stop them from giving that money to Sierra Leone because they do them for adhere to their corporate social responsibility within the sub-region for development where UN they say, oh, we need for develop, change this, that, and change that and that. These are the most corrupt systems in the world. As far as me concerned, they are the dons of the dons. They are the bonds of the criminals, the way they happen all over the world. So to me, I don't buy their ideology. If they stop for this salon money, presidents, ministers, and head of private states go no go thief because money not there for thief. They say exactly. We can coach them now also boku now because you get boku book. But we can coach them now also empty pala. I go suicide to go lay egg for sit up. Paper. Thank you. So basically, we go come out in numbers and talk and denounce and do whatever. It can work. It can take some amount of effect. But how great would that effect be where the country is still dependent to the West?
But you feel say the Adebayo audio, they're not really listening to that. Then they listen to Adebayo audio, then they get people every month when they listen, they ask them, what did Adebayo say? You know, they interpret, he explains it, and this Adebayo say they'll make it like a joke together, their intel and everything. But I agree with you, Femi, before you come in, that you're right, we get for show, we get for talk. Example, when the president was in the UK doing that education thing, and that one guy, remember the one guy we be in Adamo to Kawego and video and show and what he call up. If you had more Sierra Leoneans coming out at the time for can talk about that issue, they say yes, this man not for can ayaso for can puel with money. He counts in family by education conference wait for sit down for that 5 minutes they talk in our own country. We need that money there for use and develop with health sector. The thing for me gain more attention, it gain the media attention because when the media gain the media attention, then it forced the politicians in the UK, example, for talk about the issue because whoever responsible for Africa not go want that bad name. Carry on for me.
And another question, Juma.
Yes, sir.
What's the population of Sierra Leoneans in Maryland?
We don't have a statistics to show, but
we get a lot of people in there.
Yeah, we get the majority of Sierra Leoneans in the US are based in the DMV area.
Okay, so DMV. And T-Boy, is it the same in Peckham? Or should I say Southwark? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Southwark.
So let's say if we tackle them two areas, then if we put enough pressure upon the elected members of parliament, yeah, in the UK, I don't know which one they call in America. If we put pressure upon the guy, then as Southwark say, as Sierra Leoneans, we want change. We don't want this no more. These people are no good to us, and we put that pressure there. As Una say, then they do things for their own interests. If that man they see say hundreds of thousands of Sierra Leoneans are going to vote against him, if he not make the right decision for Sierra Leone, what do you think he will do or she will do? And the same the representative in Maryland. Honestly, collectively, we can make a difference, guys.
And the level of
we're too quiet. We're too quiet. We sit down because we don't reach certain level. We think say we're okay.
It is everybody else's problem, not mine.
Exactly, and that's a problem. But if we're not part, we can grumble now we corner. But if we're not part of the solution, we're part of the problem.
You're right, absolutely right. Well, some of us are doing a lot of things openly by talking here, and a lot of things behind the scenes, just like you say, for pressure and send that message there, and over years we don't see the benefit of it, either quietly or because we don't see a lot of things on the change. The old people and they beat the left and right. We know they say they happen now, but possibly it's not happening as it used to happen, before. Let's say, okay, now because they don't achieve all within they want to make, they don't stop for beat people them the way they beat yesterday. Look, just today, or what's it called up? The posse way them go shoot to the deputy internal affairs minister. Yeah, because they say during curfew time. That guy in foot almost rotten. Now they don't say he's been in prison all the years. Yeah, he survived. They not kill him on Pademba Road. They don't sentence him to 6 years. How can you be so cruel? The person then in prison all the years. Yeah, you not cry and go court. You not get medical attention. Now you don't sentence him to 6 years.
So is he going to be time served or
who knows? I don't know, because if somebody where they don't grant bail still there inside Pademba Road, what do you expect?
Okay, now go to the diaspora.
Yeah. So again, we
don't start on the diaspora.
Yeah, we don't start. So like how Femi been say earlier, we have to speak up. Okay, and I agree with that because we saw the impact where it don't create so far. The issue in Germany, about mass deportation. Over 1,000 people away they at risk for be deported back to Sierra Leone. Okay, some people they say they did it illegally or not. I don't know, but they are Sierra Leoneans, they're in the diaspora, and we are concerned. And like we always can say, the diaspora now they hold the power in Sierra Leone. If we left for sale with $10, £20 pounds, 30 euros, Sierra Leone they wreck.
In 1 week. What's not the cause of the deportation?
Well, again, with the things and so then they say now people away commit crimes. Some people they illegally. So there's been a change of government, or they don't get elections where government for change in Germany. So the last government will, according to it, say the immigration policies they're not being favorable to that, and they will try for raid and round up and deport people. But they don't get new government, forget good new government, we sometimes one for give amnesty to them people or give them some form of status for let them able for do something. Okay? But we understand, say, we government don't ready for accept because they can only deport you if the country ready for receive you.
Yeah.
If they're not ready to receive you, they will not deport you because it's expensive to deport one person. It may cost about almost close to £15,000 for deport one person. because you look at the plane tickets, the security, and every other logistics race around that, okay, for Canada and person go. So if you travel with that person, you can't go, then the country not they receive the person, it's a problem. So what you understand, now that we on government not ready for accept them people, and not even they do travel document, laissez-passer, for carry people and go, for accept them into Sierra Leone.
So have they been identified now? Or
yeah, they don't identify them. They don't identify them. But other countries don't refuse. The Gambias, the Nigeria, and other countries. Yes, you might say what you want to say. But Salone don't say that they accept them people and they for come into that country. So now that are the thing. So the people, they see, like I say, we country they try for deprive them of an opportunity we then get. Hopefully with this new government, they will get some form of status, then we'll able for settle their life, then we'll able for support their family and do other things. Okay, so this is not the like social impact of it. All right. But we know, say, Salome refused for take people and they come out America. What they do there, they ban all the officials, okay, for travel. So they look at their own benefits, they try for work out some kind of thing for let them lift that. As if anyone come inside. Go ahead, Femi.
Yeah, I'm just want to talk, say, you know, I think say one pounder asks, say, if then are being if they commit some kind of crime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you think about it, the law of the land states, say, if you're illegal,
mm-hmm.
it's a criminal offense. To be legal is a criminal offense.
Mm-hmm.
So straight away, something they don't do nothing at all, but just because the immigration status
mm-hmm.
is not correct,
mm-hmm.
they're criminalized.
Right.
So they can deport them on that notion there, which is terrible, because really and truly, even this country they are so, you know, in the country where you says the Juma not belong to the people that we actually the ruling country as so now. You know, they were all immigrants at one time or the other. You know, other states say you na God, we for talk say that person because he migrates Canada this land, he's a criminal. When you say your papa them and mama them Canada this country back then and they not label you a criminal. So there's many issues there. You know, I've never been in favor of deportation of people. I've always been in favor of, you know, the European Union as a whole, where England be the Brexit thing. And the reason why, one of the reasons why I was so adamant that we should not vote to leave the European Union is not so because we don't come better, means so we for glad for lock the doors for other one them. You know, our Priti Patel, yeah, our Home Secretary, her parents were immigrants. The person who do the Pfizer vaccine was an immigrant. I think he was a refugee as well, or his parents were. You understand? We get for stop this habit say because we don't come better, we for block road for other man for can better. But I saw many Sierra Leoneans and say, the Eastern European people and they can't take we job them, blah blah blah, this and that. You know, it starts off with them and then eventually will come to us. You know, even we sometimes don't get indefinitely for remain. Sometimes in a few years time they will talk say, you know, this year so let's revoke that. You know, or the one way they don't get British passport, we go talk say, well, ain't you not born at this country, so your British passport doesn't really mean anything anymore. You know, with the CM, where you commit certain crime, then they revoke your citizenship. Then they revoke your citizenship and ask you for left the country. So let's not think that because we don't can get different color book means say we're you know
better off.
Yeah, we're better off than the people that we not get. Let's always remember also we come out and let's remember say just like how we self can for campaign good and better, other people and self want do the same. But as I keep saying, if we fix we country, but off we not go like for the so. But go off we go like for go back na salon if they can provide the healthcare, the jobs, them we need. In the industry media, I can't work in Sierra Leone. If I say go salon, plane not able to bring me come back, I can't work there because technology does not exist. Look, Yusuf would join just know this guy forget a simple conversation with us, and it's not possible. When they ask, say why we president's fly cam, because on say no. Say something no me for able for sit down forget that 5 minutes talking in a salon without interruption. That is sad. Now I make you jump on a plane and come for 5 minutes because we not get the infrastructure for make able for make a video call from Sierra Leone.
Right. You're right, and I'll come make T-Boy will come in just now because for me it is sad. Some of us know what it's like, when you're deprived of access because of immigration issues, them and all that thing. And some of we don't suffer that thing. And we know Usai possible for one day if not to be their restrictions. And sometimes if not to be like how Femi say, if we country everything be okay and all that, possibly will not be need for left. You will say not to them in send call we are, but I know what it's like. I can feel what those people are going through. But more so, you're willing. And you were an immigrant at some point. You know what it's like when you get travel restrictions. You're not able to go America, you're not able to go other side. As a president now you bluff, you go team up, you start with statue and all of that in the day. But you're willing to accept other people for go. Yes, they'll deport them, they take them to the country. For what? And then you know how many family, how many homes, how many people we get for suffer because of that? It's not like you have jobs waiting for them. It's not like you have any form of support waiting for them. What package will Germany give to you to just accept? And who sometimes some of the people that you're going to even accept are not even Sierra Leoneans. That's another thing. But the other country, them willing for say, no, we need to take them. T-Boy, over to you. I don't know if you get more on this story or...
The shocking thing where I hear or where I see, where I read for myself about a couple of days ago when this incident happened. Now for understand, say we foreign minister, apparently going to Parliament of Sierra Leone for me them pass some kind of sign some kind of documents where they give diplomats and people with service passports free entry to Russia. Can you imagine that?
I don't understand.
Okay, visa free.
Sierra Leoneans.
Sierra Leoneans visa free access to Russia
for good waiting
with service passports and diplomatic passport holders. Do they really need to have a visa when they're traveling out of Sierra Leone? As a diplomat, do you need to struggle to access a visa for any country?
They do. Wait, come. It's a technical thing. Wait.
Sure.
If
you have a diplomatic passport, you will not struggle to access visa for many countries in the world.
Yeah, well, no, let's make they say it's technical. With like right now, we didn't get banned for Canada, America. But they go apply and they give them visa and they deny them. So, but yeah, you get more privileges because you get the government where they send, say, this person they apply, they go, because all they want to know that what are you going there to do? And they come for country, they return. You continue, you have a job, you get everything. So you have the service passport, you have the diplomatic passport where extend certain privileges to you where the common person not get. So I don't really understand what you mean when you say...
Exactly. Me on concern now, why will foreign minister for go get clarification from parliament and sign a document for make people will get access to service passport and diplomatic passport for go visa free to Russia.
No, but why not only people will get service passport and diplomatic? Why not everybody else?
Thank you. Now the point that they make. I don't understand what's in the justify the fact say you only limit to just 2 specific passport holders. Come on. I feel say you.
I'll say also the passports and the one begin sell.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes maybe it will be another
I'm
thing.
serious because we know the president will say it's a scheme that is going on. You know, the Speaker of Parliament, they were all involved in that. You know, selling of Sierra Leone passports. It's true. It's there. You know, not so. If I play the video for you, just now, you know. So they've done that in the past.
I just shocked and surprised. No more say the foreign minister will go lobby. Not for Sierra Leoneans.
Yeah, but just for service passports.
With specific passports, diplomatic and service passport. Already, then gets that sort of opportunity anyway.
Yeah.
They have that privilege. So why would you want to endorse it now?
Well, something they want for run away for go.
No, because where I see the documents or where I see the stuff where it's now in LinkedIn page, actually. In LinkedIn page.
Sometimes they want run away, sometimes they want to make their family members and then give their all service passport and diplomatic passport so their family then go run away for go, if anything, to Russia.
But anyway.
Oh, you not want for say that? They say
I just know it might be true. Like I don't know, but they ask the question. What's gonna make you go lobby for something like a dandy way already? If I have a service passport and a diplomatic passport, I'm not gonna struggle for get visa. Now, majority of the countries they're waiting at the world.
If not for being students, then for go study self, you say okay, people with student visa, so to go understand all that kind of thing and they. Hey, Femi, over to you.
Because he or she, now
is a he.
Because he falls in the category.
That's it. Yeah. But he doesn't need one because
but he want ensure see, you know, he and family are looked after. It's simple.
No, but this man get British passport. His wife is German, for example, or get German.
You know, we get extended families. What I'm saying is, as una say, if for lobby for Sierra Leoneans in general, but if he decides to go lobby for just a specific
category, then
we for no say that category the benefits from the one way or the other. It's
me want to know
catch with but Andy.
If anybody run away go Russia, me no say the longest they did in 2 years because the cold he get for make you run away. And you're not going to forget England. We're not going to forget about you.
The reason make I mention, Andy, now because we have a crisis already in Germany. Syrians being threatened to be deported. Like Femi say, if you are illegal in any country, it's a crime. It's a crime to be illegal. We agree. But similar incidents happened in Holland and France a couple of years ago. So I don't know how then they end up for. I don't know how that problem is solved because I think they may get a very serious backlash. Same kind of protest and then that not go ahead. But look, we also remember say in the late 90s, now Salon man back again now the British Salon High Commission, we say Salon safe. We make them stop for now having free entrance to the UK.
Now go far the present Speaker of Parliament when I be Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time, Dr. Abbas Bundu.
So we therefore begin think of waiting 19 and way with the benefit from what we do against the fellow Sierra Leoneans, then way they affect we as a nation.
Right.
Because if Nigerians commit crimes all over the world, serious crimes, but Nigerians would always support one of theirs. Then we'll make sure say, okay, if this crime with this Nigerian commits is so bad, then they fetch for me and even jail and safe and then continue because the human rights in that country is bad. And they strive for me then deport and go and then continue. You will go on jail time and then continue. They've done it several times. Because they believe say it will one jail time and then continue, it will be safe than a one jail time now places like Bangkok, Thailand, or whatever the place.
Yeah.
So these are the things that we will get for being looked at as a nation, how we support each other. I mean, if we have Sierra Leoneans committing crimes in other parts of the world in the diaspora, of course we're not going to condone that. It's totally wrong. We can't accept that because they give bad name to Sierra Leone the way in that particular region there. But we all know for sure, say Sierra Leone and most of the European countries, they are peaceful. We have the bad beats, but not so much. In the UK, I would say even worse than other parts of
Sierra Leoneans. We are cowards when it comes to a lot of things them compared to other people. Okay, we're not justifying illegal migration or all of that, but there are certain things that we get for say. You know, you saying that Tibo Femi, I'll come to you just now, but you saying that, you know, it is sad. So you're trying to give privilege to a group, a privileged few, for able to come out and go when they want, but then you're willing to participate in depriving other people of opportunities where sometimes you not go ever able to give them, and where then people go end up contribute to the development of that country. We don't see, not you angry in a country we get what you call that. But the sad part, they even send officials from Sierra Leone for go help for process them people there and paper them. That's the sad part. And the worst part, you get non-Sierra Leonean organizations, NGOs them, where they fight for them people here, so for say, let them not send them go because the condition at Sierra Leone is not favorable. Let them there. So you get people, non-Sierra Leoneans, they fight them people here in case, but we on government, they're willing for accept people, whether not Sierra Leoneans, non-Sierra Leoneans, but just people and say, yeah, when I bring them kind of more. There are lots of ways you can deal with this thing. You know, if you want to say, oh, not diplomatic thing, we will get bad name. But let's look at this other scenario. We had people that wanted to return to Sierra Leone because they were living in adverse conditions. The ones that are Niger, yeah? The ones that are Lebanon, the ones that are Kuwait. What you say? We say now then GO DAE. The government was not willing to pay for them for go back or facilitate them, keep them back. But the ones in Germany, you are willing to go. Are you getting something out of this? Have you been promised a package? That if you take them people there to
for every citizen being deported from a country to the next, the country where they receive and they pay them for that.
Then they pay them for that. So you're willing to take money for people.
They pay them for that.
Femi, over to you.
Yes, today we don't know because the salon problem in Boku, man. Today we don't go from one story to the other. So if you think about it, our embassies, our high commissions, they're supposed for the work. Now they're responsible for sell salon to the world. Now they're responsible for look after we within this side of the world. We they talk about jail, we they talk about prisons. You know, it's sad to know that in the UK or in the London prisons, the amount of young Sierra Leoneans every day, I don't know the number, but from what I'm hearing is we make up a very huge part of the prison population. I did tell you, Juma T-Boy, our governments don't know
the African prison population.
Half of the half of the people them within a jail. If a British person go on jail in a salon, trust me, the British High Commission knows that person is in a jail there. It should be their responsibility for find out where their citizens are. But as I say, they don't know, you know, sometimes T-Boy, sometimes we High Commission know who that T-Boy be and the work with T-Boy they do. They should have a database of all of us. Because when they begin look for people the way they do with technology, sometimes for me, my name go come up. If they get the right database, T-Boy name go come up, Jumba name go come up. You understand? It's their responsibility for no outside and citizens and even the under within a jail. But nobody cares except when somebody one can give government money say una deport certain people them. Trust me, una this is not Germany, it happen in England or it go happen in England, it go happen in America. Because our leaders don't really care. They don't care. As I said, some of them people are so where they in detention, where they see them commit crime, then get for deport them. The only crime some of them commit are because they're there illegally. And who that really and truly get the right for say that person is illegal? That person not do anything apart from cross border without the right paperwork. The same way some of their own parents do, but they not jail them. If them in jail them with current minister of we home secretary, you know me forget the job we did. You me for they not to Kenya then come out. Then for don't deport in family go back.
Right.
But now she's making rules and regulations them where they affect so many people them in the UK. and they classify them as illegals, they classify them as criminals because they cross the border.
I'm going to ask a question, no disrespect, but I'm just asking this in a hypothetical way because it happened in Germany, okay? T-Boy, we don't know this and we don't have any fact, but I'm just asking. The Sierra Leonean guy that plays for Chelsea, where they play for Germany, Godiga. How much he donates? Was it about $250,000 towards the free quality educational hands of our girls, right?
Yeah, I think he made a lot of donation. I don't know exactly the figure,
right,
yeah.
A huge one, right? And the president was willing to take a picture with him, you know, make him a whole big thing, right? And even celebrate him with Chelsea win or something.
Yeah.
We don't know his parents, but we don't know their story. Okay? But imagine.
I know their story.
Yeah, but let's just leave it as is, yeah? We don't know their story. So imagine among that 1,000 people that you're willing to facilitate their deportation back to Sierra Leone at a place where you know we even give them any of the opportunity where they get today. Imagine how many Rodigas we will get from that.
Yeah, but imagine it also.
Yes. Imagine how many Rodigas we get for celebrate. Imagine how many Rodigas will contribute to Sierra Leone in the time of need. But imagine again how many of those Rodigas you are willing to deprive. That's my question. And also we don't talk inside in order for done. Let's round up on this and then let we shelve them here and continue another day. Over to you. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, all right.
I think we don't talk a lot about inside the Republic today. How do you go? And we believe say most of the things that we don't talk about are very important to the people of Sierra Leone, in and out. Because we say putting in the diaspora, we can't we say for Sierra Leoneans, then still, even though some of them get British passport, American passport, Russian passport, European passport, but we're still being classified as
passport and Afghanistan passports again.
Right now, if I forget Afghanistan passport, because then we open the mouth for you now, all send the world.
Thank you very much.
So it's not a crime to have one. But look at the country seriously from different parts of how we see things then and the way how things then unfold. Because if we take things them specifically according to their own category, we will not go down. This program will continue for the next couple of hours. But we'll therefore begin to look at the possibilities and impossibilities of certain things they will feel to say, go make changes in salon. We go with that change, they go be benefits to everybody. Because if we look at the issue that we'll begin to talk about, and the one will end up now they will all fend with safe. I will possibly say this with authority, and I believe what they say is not wrong. 70% of the people in the diaspora came here at some point in their lifetime was illegal. At some point.
Including with presidents. Yeah.
No, I know they go down. Like you say.
Yeah, go there. Let know.
70%. even the time then where people in the Canada this country visa free. Majority of the one we in the country they also don't take. We go tell us I don't take here so 30 years, I don't take here 40 years. In between that 40 years span, it must get some period of time where it in this country illegal.
Right.
It can either be 1 month, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years before they sort themselves out. So majority of we don't fall under that category. Majority of people and they don't put in a plane for deport to Salone. The war make them safe because January 6 make a lot of changes within Sierra Leone and they where they don't pack but woman for go back freedom because they say Sierra Leone safe. Even currently as we speak, people are still a common asylum, they can't seek asylum in this country, in the UK, in Ireland, in Scotland, in other parts of Europe.
And with some of them family and then our government.
Yeah. And guess what? Salon still not safe.
And then they sometimes use that same service passport or diplomatic passport as an entry point.
I don't know that. No.
I'm just to say, yeah, it will get for you know. Yeah, go ahead.
So immigration issue not an issue for take lightly because it is a door opener and a door closure. Like Femi make mention to P.T. Patel, Imperial are immigrants. At some point they were illegal in this country. But guess what? Now they make the rule of immigration now this country. They make reference to people and say they are illegal immigrants. Hello? For the fact that you are not English and you are in this country, you are an immigrant. So we got to look at them very closely and see, say, look, we not jubilate and gladdy. Pass that person then a serial killer. But I'm not going to say if that person is thief, yes, if he walk away free, because that's a crime committed. When the crime what they fight for against what's in the happen at Salon as well, so we can't support that. But if that person they just commits a crime where not to life and death situation, if he not get defense for make them deport and go back to where he came from in final destination, that's not a problem. But sometimes life will be better for that person if he goes alone. But we all now know the state at which the country then did. Even the diaspora, who they all say better pass Salon far away. It is still difficult as it is right now.
Right.
Things are extremely challenging to the extent that people are committing suicide.
Yeah.
And these are not just diasporans that will come up from different parts of the world, but the UK-based own English people in their own tough. We go say this now my own tough as I before played it. Then they commit suicide. Some they go mad. Some they go cuckoo. Some they lose their senses. So we got to begin think. Deportation, yes, but not to the good thing where a country for condole for in citizens them, especially where you know for say these citizens will go back to Sierra Leone and you will not give them nothing to go back into. There is brain drain in Sierra Leone that happened about 10 years ago. And now not so brain drain anymore, it's self-imposed slavery. We choose to come to this part of the world and become slaves because it is now mandatory to say we have to leave our shores to come to Europe and end up doing the things that we cannot do in our own country because we want to survive. As much as the Europeans don't want to see us, they need us. So it's just a propaganda strategy for them to say we are clamping on immigration, we are clamping on this, we are clamping on that, because they still need the blacks, they still need the foreign people to come to this country and do their dirty jobs for them. That will never stop. They even go to the external, they make it official. The government again don't participate in that for migrate people and from Sierra Leone to other parts of the Arab states them within the Middle East.
Exactly. So then they go get a decent job, cleaning jobs, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
but now
we just look at them thing and do. So if owner they take real hard work, small labor force with this salon, they export them for go do minimal jobs in other parts of the world. How would you feel for make you get somebody now we come on some kind better country than within Europe compared to the Middle East countries than we not the same with people and for go work? and they accept their deportation. So we therefore begin to look at them things that are very seriously. Deportation of diasporans to Sierra Leone, whether it's going to be of any benefit or it will create more chaos for the people who are going back home there unplanned. Or you look at the price control of rice, where we know for now staple food in Salon, we still can't do nothing about it. Or you look at the other issue that we don't talk about, we don't make mention about the logistics behind the Expo, why the Expo rights are wrong, and the entertainment industry and all that stuff. So if we put all this together, it's under one umbrella, we're not Sierra Leone. What's in the benefit we? Then the question for the ask yourself, in the benefit to anything or in the benefit to at all? But if we believe that the benefits we, let's support it. Local support and thick and thin. Local support them all the way. It will believe say it will work. And if you don't work, self, local put all the resources behind for make it work. If we so believe in it. But if we're not sure and we don't believe in it that it's going to work, let's also put all behind and say this is not the work. We not believe in it. Look, we change them. Or look, we review them. Or look, we do it this way. Look, we brainstorm. Let's have collective mindset as Sierra Leoneans. Otherwise, we are forever going to be behind. And not to just be anymore, they do go the back door of everything where they happen. We always they come us from the bottom thinking we don't arrive, we don't even reach it. All things as Salon within the past 15 years or 20 years, not to go up, it's just down.
Past
technology don't improve.
Yes, they go.
Well, technology don't improve, just to go down. Infrastructure don't improve, just to go down. Development don't improve, just to go down. All things what you do in Salon not for change, not for bad, not for change, not for bad, not for bad. Nothing not very good, but we say we get good things the way they happen. Can we maintain those good things and improving them, if there is any? Or we for start for begin for implement good things, then for make the country change. We talk with Boku talk, we talk with Labo, we talk crack with jokes. But the amount of time and resources where people in the Sudan for listen, the amount of time and resources where people in the Sudan for talk, the amount of time and resources where people in the put together in their own small corners. If it increase, sometimes it might change. But if you just didn't know on the level, say, oh, lot of me problem or somebody else in problem, let people and go deal with that, then it will not end. But 110% agree with Femi in scenario, say we for come out in numbers and make sure say we make noise to the people that will give this money where they put we country until they able to understand what you need to do a wrong, even though now at their own interest, if it benefits them now for their own position in the world stage, for making them look better than other countries, and then in the deprive we own citizens them for their own rights and livelihood, then let we put them at a position where we they go through. Now we own country, they also come out and within their own country. There are so many Sierra Leoneans in governance in this country, in the UK. So many. In local governance, in parliament, in the Conservative and Labour Party, where they position them, where they get not to just fringe positions, now very strong hold positions them. But they choose not to be Sierra Leoneans, or they choose to be Sierra Leoneans in their own quiet way, or they choose not forget interest of the population of Sierra Leoneans in the UK and also in Sierra Leone for making lobby and get better infrastructural development and strategic planning for make we country go before, because now they own motherland as well. They might haven't been there for like donkey years, but they were born, or some of them will have parents from that country. Now you go say, you know, they hear much about the Asians them anymore. You don't see Asians having serious issues, because then they now power of authority right now, they protect their own. And when I say them protect their own, I mean them protect their own. So we therefore look at we self as Sierra Leoneans then, and the influence we will get in any diaspora and developmental countries then we'll find we say, and see how we'll be able to lobby each other for make we try for effect change within the government system and structures, and how it will benefit Sierra Leoneans as a whole. If Salon better, now we all better. If Salon alaki, now we all alaki. Because no matter how much you try to make Salon in your own way individually, you will suffer the consequences of the deprived communities that we go meet, and the dysfunctional institutions they will get, because it must affect you. So let's think as a nation, think forward, and think of how we go able for make real meaningful contribution for effect certain changes they will know for say. It not go take one person for make them change, and they get for big collective movement. Collectively, we get for come together, we agree and disagree, and we forge ahead for that change. Now, Englishman use all the English word in Paris. Rome wasn't built in a day. Yes, we agree. There is no place like home. Yes, we agree. So what's wrong with those mentalities? We don't forget that the same Englishman and tell we didn't in. So no matter how they like we say, there is no place like home. They know where their home is. They will make it better than we own. So now that's no need for say so now. I want to say thank you to people who don't go on WhatsApp, whether on Facebook, whether on YouTube, and also for the contribution they will make. We get a very lively discussion on the YouTube today, because we get George and Ban and another popular one where I get 3 people that we constantly they on serious communication that the then do, but if they do itself, we come up and do they, because we don't tire. Then tea so they talk, so we get grandpa and not talk and say we said they still they continue for talking. But we own era, we go make sure say we not go tell we own grand picking and saying at the same thing now will be the talk. Name back when I say they talk, so we not go that not go happen.
All right.
So over to you, Juma. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tibo. Over to you, Femi.
Yes, so wow, it's been a marathon of an event today. Yeah, I want to thank we listeners them, because as Tibo say, without them we couldn't be here. I want to make apologies for we've been starting with a small audio problem them. It took me a while for find out the problem and fix them. I thank God I could do that, and the audio clear after that day. Again, I want to apologize to some of Una. We done the text in the last few weeks. Say, hey, Una don't they do shows them as Una been do before. We've been kind of busy. Juma's been busy, Tibo's been busy. Me, I'm not going to talk for myself, but for me, I apologize for me, because I am part of that problem. I have been crazy busy supporting a bunch of international events. So I haven't had enough time to dedicate to Sierra Media. So apologies. But, wait till they talk about today. So Tibo talk on a Juma talk. No, Tibo talk about the Englishman then before then car. Anybody we know to Englishman, a foreigner. Actually, the English that as we know them today were Anglo-Saxon, and then safe, not to origin of the land. Then Canada's land, the first Anglo-Saxon in Canada's land, 1,700 years ago. Yes, 1,700 years ago. Then come up from Northern Europe, and then can invade England. And that's in the England was ruled by the Romans. So you see how the country mix up, box up, and then these people are telling us or our people that they're illegal to this side of the world. It's interesting when you dig deep inside and find out who than the foreigner in this country. We say we boku in a foreigner them. But all left down the force. We talk about immigration and about deportation. And about all them people that are so within at this side of the world. It's hard to live abroad. Imagine, especially when you get the right paperwork. Mama can sick, Papa can sick, then this salon. You're not able for travel go fend them. Touch wood, then pass on. You're not able for go bed and safe. You know how down they feel for person. It's like being in jail. So I don't think anybody really they enjoy for them at this side of the world we not get paper. So I think so we government them for do a lot more for help them people also, rather than they follow the West and treat them like a criminals, because some of them aren't criminals. The only criminal activity they don't do now for fame the way also, and for fame greener pastures, as we all don't do. And as Una say earlier on, bulk of we Africans especially, we can inside the world, we can also 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, we were considered illegal immigrants because of 1 point alone. When they changed the law, when we can in this country will not be need for get visa. With the country Gatwick, we can stamp it 6 months at your passport, you can't see them. When they change the law, say you need a visa for then at this country, Boko people are affected. I mean, with the Yeri button at the news, the Windrush people then. Now the same thing. The law changed whilst they were here. And because the law changed whilst they were here and they not be no say the law changed, straight away they were illegals. Then begin deport people who were actually born at this country because their papa they not been get and mama they not been get paper. So there's many things that we look at immigration that are wrong. But I guess it's until we not qualify enough for talk on them. Well, make I say for me and see Juma in study certain thing around NTR so something go qualify, but we not qualify for talk more on the NTR so. But from a humanitarian point of view, they treat people like an animal isn't right. And I think say what's happened in Germany is totally irresponsible of our government. Then can support with people them in a better way. But I will ask one question. Somebody said to me the other day, why we they they looked at our show, the health show, which we they do with ICETAL, raising a lot of money for go support the hospital in Sierra Leone, Connors Hospital. And somebody asked me the question, why would they do that? And he said, in happy way to they do, in happy way to ICETAL they do. He said, but he not go support we financially. And I asked her, I say, why? He said, because not to own a responsibility for look after Connaught Hospital. And then what then they still getting them years up to today. Because he was right. It shouldn't be assets that's going to Sierra Leone for go fix upward too. It shouldn't be us, the diasporans, and the same money go Sierra Leone for look after we people them, for educate the picking in a salon, for put food now in the tables of millions of Sierra Leoneans. All them are supposed to be done by the government. Or because the government not they do them, we they do them. Or sometimes because we they do them, make the government not they do them. Catch 22. We get for think and we get for act on dandy. We get for think why. If we stop doing it, are people going to die? Will government step up? But if we carry on to do government the work, we're making it easy for them. As far as they're concerned, not a problem. There isn't a problem in Sierra Leone because they know they feel the pressure. Because the diasporas, they ease that pressure they within supposed for the feel. So these are the roles that the diaspora they play. All them people in Germany, I bet you say if they cut all them people in the years away they don't spend in Germany, I bet you say they don't contribute. The one the normal way they can put a plane don't contribute to Sierra Leone economy in thousands and thousands of dollars by money we then they send go home. But now they're being treated as criminals, as animals. It's crazy. Juma, I will ask you one question. I don't know if not you or not T-Boy. But I want to know whose club we president the support.
Our club with them beat Liverpool beat 5-0.
Over to you, T-Boy. Can I have an answer, please?
Manchester United, I think.
Okay, so you see the sorriest part again for quotes that decide is really. Yes, they support our club when Liverpool beats 5-0. They support Manchester United. But really, our president, we know one day see he wear Blackpool Lions Republican, Edwards kids. We don't know whose club they support now, Sierra Leone, but we all know say they support Manchester United. For me, we think it's a joke. It's not a joke.
You're right.
It's not a joke.
You're right. Because growing up, we know other people. We know past president like late President Joseph Momo. No, say they support the mighty Blackpool.
Blackpool, yes.
We know say the Bambi Camaras they support Sierra
Republicans. Yes.
So you know then so there was competition. All my one for in club succeed.
Well, who's club and club supports? Arsenal.
Yeah, he said
Arsenal.
Yeah.
So taking this back to we initial discussion about the music.
Mm-hmm.
Would the complaint say, everything within the try for sale of Sierra Leone is the music of hip hop and the music of America, and they don't care about the cultural stuff? If we don't know who's, if say we presidents get a club where they support Nasalon, but we know say they support Manchester United.
Well, we see how with Manchester United Jazzy, so we don't know even if it's a bit play ball.
The problem, Juma, it is rotten.
True, everything
from
is
the core.
Mm-hmm.
It is rotten from the core, and if we not begin fix them, we forget 30, 40, 50 years more of this foolishness if we not begin.
Like the onions.
The onions is rotten.
No joke, it is rotten. It's simple.
It's too much commodity yet.
We they talk about say the artists they know they represent Sierra Leone, but our leader represents Manchester United.
Now make them well.
Our leader represents Manchester United. I say no more. Then una one blame the artists them.
No, we're not blaming the artists.
If the head is rotten,
the food will be rotten.
That's my last word for today.
All right, well, Femi say everything is rotten. Tiboy say Tumbu is commoting better one. All right. Well, Fambulem, we tell you that thank you. I join my colleagues to say thank you to those on YouTube, Facebook, WhatsApp, and all the other platforms. We appreciate you now for spending, this time with me. And definitely, as Femi say, we'll keep trying to be as regular as possible. Like know, times are changing. Things they normally begin they normalize with this COVID, the new normal. So a lot of things that they change. So that affects our activities as well. But we'll try. We'll not go forget. We'll stop for talk. Any given opportunity we'll get, we'll bring to on our program that we're dear to Sierra Leone. We're concerned with all. The issues that we've talked about today are issues that affect us directly and indirectly, or some of we don't then sustain the yesterday, don't wait then sustain. That's why I say our president, again, the reason why they say our president is not because I disrespect him or hate him, but I want him to look himself and see the decision we want to make today. If it was him or a family member or somebody close to him, if he be make the same kind decision. And I think the focus should be fixing the problems where they push people away from the country for cancer greener pasture. Yes, we know you don't solve the country's problem overnight, but you have to be showing that you have the interest in the first place. That is what we should be doing. You accepting package or the government accepting package for 1,000 people going back to Sierra Leone. Do you know what you're going to be having? You're going to be having 1,000 more dissatisfied people plus their families and their households that will not vote for you because you don't deprive them. So you're going to be having bigger problems than you think you're solving. Okay? When it comes to the development, whether University Polytechnic, Port Nabo, or Seaport na Bonth, we don't care where you do it, Mr. President. Any partner salon, just do them well no more. Now, one place you go don't develop, we not be done there. But walk the talk. We don't want the boku talk, and the fake promises. Thank you so much. Stay blessed. On behalf of the team, we'll be with you again soon. Good night.
Yes, this na term for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sierragemmedia.org. Now who's term these?
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
Where person buy them products they are waiting and go for do, where the sun come out, then they go put this product directly under the sun. The sun now they charge the panel. The energy from the sun they store on this panel, where you can now host even term for can turn your light on.
My name is Mariam Akamara. I'm the founder and director of Smiling Through Light.
What that is? All right. Una call waiting. Kabatenke, not so. All man they look now. Hey, Batenke, who's are you there? Then kind of meet the paramount chief. And the paramount chief say, well, if una want Batenke, we'll get for put small cooler for Batenke. Yes. Aha. So then, we all want clean energy, correct? We all want solar lights. And more importantly, we want solar lights for we picking them for study. We want solar lights. Some of we want solar light just for run ordinary freezer. Are they where they free tongue? I know what italic where I not get light for just put food inside me freezer. Because it mean every day pass I go buy fresh food. If I don't cut the fish before they put a light not there, the fish don't boil. Not so. Even when you smoke the fish, fly down sit up na tumbu the come not so. But we Batenke down there, you get that light day. When net come, you put your freezer on with that solar day. Definitely, it go work. When you picking one for study, it like you know for put the big lights on, you picking, it go sit down, it go study fine. Because we're picking the study on the light, we're not good in yai. Not so? Right. And we all want to picking a healthy, smiling through light, solar energy. Batenke is about that. It's about health. It's also about wealth. As many other things as Mariam Agefoka explained to her. So, me, not stranger, but today, me I dey talk and say, I dey go inside una belle, make una born me inside Lochar, make una take me as una young pikin. Case closed, now me done so.
So this is such an exciting time for us, and we've just launched a program called Shining a Light on Kamakwe and Lonsau. So we basically got a grant from, which is a comic relief and DFID grant under the Common Ground initiative, and this particular grant is managed by Afford UK. So Shining a Light on Kamakwe and Lonsau, it's all around job creation, income opportunities, getting the products in. So a couple of the activities that we're doing within this project is that we're recruiting 9 staff in Sierra Leone. So we're recruiting 3 staff in Freetown, 3 in Kamakwe, 3 in Lonsau. We're opening 3 offices in Freetown, Kamakwe and Lonsau. We're doing 2 community awareness events, which we held last week, Thursday and Friday. So we had this whole big road trip, and we're doing the community activities and we're using storytelling. So working with Mr. Yusuf Ujalo, the Cow Footprint. So the project is in partnership with the Mambena Cultural and Community Project. And we're using storytelling because even as a company, I don't want people to just get the products. I really want people to understand that I'm using the product and these are the benefits of it. So we're doing a lot of educational work within communities, training them on how the products work, why they should be using the product. You know, we always tell them that light is good for your health, it's good for your education, it's good for your business because of loads of different reasons. So it's a really exciting project.
As a professional storyteller, I am here to kind of like engineer a story within the whole project itself. If you've ever been off country in Sierra Leone here, firefly is very, very common here at night. But not many people have actually noted how the firefly actually gives its light. In the daytime, it's stationary. In fact, it's hidden in the daytime, absorbing the heat from the sun. And then at night, the firefly energizes itself and literally just gives itself fire, light, in order to light its way around. That gives the firefly independence. That gives the firefly the ability to operate when many other living organisms probably aren't operating at all. And just those 2 basic principles are important for our women, whereby through working with Smiling Through Light, selling the solar lights, they're able to generate income for themselves. Through that income, they're able to feed their families, and they're able to kind of get some kind of economic independence. Up country, when you go to school and you have to study at night, you have to use what we call bengbe lamp. Now, if you've been in Sierra Leone, you ever use what we call bengbe lamp, which is like just like an empty milk tin with a twig in it, and then we put kerosene in that, and you study with that kind of firelight. Literally, you get black nostrils, to put it very mildly. But also, it makes the young people ill. Bringing in solar light, like Smiling Through Light is bringing in, will help a lot of young people to study efficiently at night, but also to study and get a better health, while they're studying at night. So for me, using storytelling and using the firefly as a metaphor to illustrate the use of solar energy, I think it's just very, very effective. It is within the cultural context of the people, and they just never will forget what Smiling Through Light is all about.
The problem we're trying to solve is really to make sure people are using clean, sustainable and reliable products. And why is this? Because only 13% of our population have access to electricity. So that means only 13% of the population have access to the grid. And once you don't, people now rely on different lighting options. So for example, people would use kerosene to light up their homes, they would use candles, they would use pan lamp, and these are all really dangerous. The good thing with solar products is that we're in a country where we have unlimited amount of sun. You're getting free light basically. So we want people to really have access to clean energy.
My name is Madam Salema Tukamara. Me na chair lady for the Market Women Marampa Chiefdom, and the trade what they do na Lapa business at the deal with. The fuel system they can short in the lights because you know they get light free as how the light been they run today. And automatically, if they count solar system na low, sir, I'm not going to tell you a lie. We they very happy because at times we can get breakdown from the machine where they light for we. And when the machine break down, automatically you pick in there, then small lights they will make it and bug, they're not going to see fine. But if we get solar, the cable assist, we pick in there for let read in a net for study. It's not easy for live now, sir. If the job, although job don't begin come, but I'm not going to tell you say 15% of people they now, sir, they don't get. No, it's not possible yet. Mama, this program where they try for bring come, we're really happy about that because now woman will get respect for person self. You can't hire now with this project for can help Marampa chiefdom. I say automatically we're ready for work with you. You get plan for in hometown. It will not go ever let her down. Shine the light, smiling through lights.
I am Yusuf Ujalo, the cow footprints. And the firefly, they came like this. Na pancake yantenga molua. Gudana yantenga molua baba horimbing. Shining a light, smiling through